Chapter 912. Opening the curtains slightly, Zhong Luoyue placed her finger on a ray of sunlight. Immediately, she felt as though she was being burned by flames. She immediately withdrew her hand. Daytime should be the time when one's energy was at its peak. However, there was no doubt that she was extremely sleepy right now. Zhong Luoyue yawned. Her head felt heavy. Then she glanced at the wardrobe. Elizabeth was inside the wardrobe. She had fallen asleep early. They had secretly left the hospital before daybreak. They had avoided the lockdown of the government and military personnel. Then, they had casually found a decent hotel to stay in. Luoyue. At this moment, Zhong Luoyue was making an international call. The other end of the call was the capital of China. Due to the time difference, her grandfather Zhong, had fallen asleep early. The one who answered the call was Grandfather Luo. He was a comrade who had followed Grandfather Zhong for half a century and had gone through life and death with him. "I am listening, Grandfather Luo." Zhong Luoyue rubbed her eyebrows. Then she replied, "However, I am still somewhat absent-minded. My mind is not clear." There were many reasons for her to call home. In fact, before she had arrived in this city to attend the banquet at Tushni Winery, her bodyguards had been attacked by the Song family. When the bodyguards were sent to the hospital, her family, who was far away in Beijing, had already received the news. Then the manor had collapsed and the zombie crisis had occurred in the hospital. These were all things that could not be concealed. It is normal for your mind to not be clear. Grandfather Luo's voice was kind. No matter who it is, they would not feel good about it. "Luoyue, don't worry. I will immediately arrange for someone to bring you back. This time, the Song family has gone too far. It is time to knock some sense into them." "Grandfather Luo, this matter does not have much to do with the Song family." Zhong Luoyue forced herself to stay alert. "Song Ying was only joking with me. Right now, the Song family is already in a terrible fix. We can just sit back and watch." "However," Grandfather Luo said in a deep voice, "regardless of whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, there are some publicly recognized rules in the business wars and struggles between aristocratic families. Directly attacking a descendant of an aristocratic family is a violation of the rules. The Zhong family and the Song family don't have any business conflicts. At most, they only met in the gambling industry. Originally, they didn't interfere with each other's business. Don't worry, the Zhong family isn't without anything. Since you've already experienced it, there are some things that the old master will tell you when you come back." Sure enough, the Zhong family was hiding something that no one knew about. Perhaps it is some kind of powerful force, but Zhong Luoyue is not optimistic about it, because there is still that mysterious person in the Song family. Zhong Luoyue was too sleepy, so she couldn't really hear what Grandpa Luo was saying over the phone. She could only reply a few words, and when the call ended, Zhong Luoyue fell asleep on the table. She dreamt of the time when she was training in the army when she was young and lost in the forest. He hid in a tree hole and curled up in fear. From time to time, the cries of wild beasts could be heard from the forest. Zhong Luoyue always felt that this memory was somewhat vague. Perhaps it was because she really wanted to forget this terrible experience. "Are you also lost?" She suddenly heard a young and tender voice. A small head suddenly popped out from the tree hole, and there was also light, fire. "I'm also lost. The leaves are blocking the sky, and I can't find the North Star. So, can you let me hide here for a while? My father said that it would be safer to hide at night." It was a little boy, not very old, perhaps a few years younger than her. He was holding a torch in his hand. She couldn't remember clearly. 48 hours had passed since the incident, which was also 2 days. According to crisis management, the best time to deal with an incident was the 48 hours after it happened. It was also the most important time to deal with it. Recently, a patient who had taken a dangerous drug called zombie bath salts suddenly went crazy in the hospital. This type of bath salts might be different from the ones that were commonly circulated. It was terrifyingly contagious and could make people go crazy, lose their rationality, and become bloodthirsty. It could also produce serious, violent tendencies towards people. It was very dangerous. Ouyang Jia was lying on the hospital bed and watching the local news report. He felt that this explanation was somewhat unreasonable. Vaguely, Ouyang Jia felt that things were not that simple. However, the government had already controlled the public opinion, and the opinions of the people were not uniform. Everyone in the hospital had signed a confidentiality agreement. Of course, they had also received some material compensation. But even so, there were still so-called rumors that were spread. This was also a headache for crisis management, but the responsibility had already been pushed to the so-called zombie bath salts. The government's drug handling department had already called on the community to consciously resist the spread of this illegal drug. They did not want to cause loss of life and property just to get a temporary high. There have been many cases of people going crazy after consuming zombie bath salts and then attacking people. The pictures of the people who consumed the poison that were circulating online were somewhat similar to the zombies that appeared in this incident. People were more willing to believe that this was a drug rather than some kind of panic that would only appear in a movie, right? Ouyang Jia turned off the TV. After that night, he was assigned to a separate ward and underwent various tests. Now he was waiting for the results of the various tests. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to leave the hospital. As for the so-called human rights, he was not a citizen of this country in the first place. At that time, when he finished his apprenticeship with Tu Shini, Uncle Kim gave him an identity as a citizen of the United States. The issue of his detention was now being negotiated with the local government by the United States Embassy. Zhong Luoyue later got in touch with him, saying that it was not convenient for her to intervene in this matter for the time being. Ouyang Jia expressed that he could understand. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied that Zhong Luoyue had already left the hospital early. It was just that, considering the degree of chaos and danger in the hospital at that time, it was understandable that she would choose to evacuate first. After all, the children of aristocratic families were still the children of aristocratic families. Prioritizing their own safety was the philosophy instilled in them since childhood. It was just that he was not in the mood to think more about Zhong Luoyue's approach at this time, because for him, what was more urgent was the matter of the castle. As time went by, those buried underground would become more and more dangerous. But the difficulty of digging was so great that many people had already lost hope, and he himself had already prepared for the worst. This trip home, he originally had a lot of ideas in his heart, but now Ouyang Jia felt like he had nothing. If life was a gamble, then he was the loser at this time. He had not taken care of himself for a few days, and his mind was full of doubts and uneasiness. His facial hair had already grown out, and he looked dispirited. But at this time, he received a call from an insurance company. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Ouyang Jia?" "A man named Mr. Jean Wuching bought an insurance with our company, and the designated beneficiary is you. We already know about Mr. Jean Wuching's accident. Although we can't determine whether he is still alive, we still intend to contact you as soon as possible. It's best if you are prepared. Of course, if Mr. Jean is still alive, it's naturally the best." "Insurance? What insurance?" Ouyang Jia was stunned. Mr. Jean Wuching left a safety deposit box in the bank. According to the agreement, if he unfortunately dies, only you can open it. "Uncle Jean left it for me?" Ouyang Jia subconsciously looked out of the window and suddenly felt that the sun was a little dazzling. Being trapped in a hospital was a depressing thing. Moreover, there were many things that did not change. It was not something that made people happy, probably. Why doesn't this guy look unhappy at all? Regarding Miss Song Ying's question, Su Mei found that she did not know how to answer. Speaking of which, Su Mei felt that she was also a lucky person. She survived the collapse of the ancient castle, and there were no zombies on her body. She escaped the disaster in the hospital, but the bodyguard assigned to take care of her at that time was not so lucky. In short, People often say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune after. A chance to stay by Song Ying's side was something that many people would fight for. Because she was asked to stay in the hospital, Song Ying was so bored that she almost exploded and could only find Su Mei as a companion. She glanced at Mr. Luochio in the pavilion downstairs of the inpatient department. They all called him Master Chiu, and it seemed that he was a young master in the Song family who had the same status as Miss Song Ying. Maybe Master Chiu is a relatively cheerful person? Su Mei said cautiously, "Even you call this guy young master?" Song Ying looked at Su Mei with some dissatisfaction, which suddenly made Su Mei's face a little ugly. "Forget it, I don't blame you." Song Ying shook her head and continued to look at the tablet in her hand. On it were documents sent by the group. Song Ying, who couldn't go to work, could only deal with some things here. Then, because she was too idle, she began to check the accounts of the Song dynasty last year. Even the small electricity bills were not left out. Why do I have to go to work here? And that guy is happily telling stories to the children in the pavilion. Yes, in the pavilion there was not only Luochio and Gan Hong who accompanied him, but also several children in the inpatient department. Quite good at coaxing children, Song Ying casually muttered, and then suddenly frowned. "Su Mei, last June. What's the matter with the expenses of Zhonghua Street?" Secretary Su Mei was stunned, and then quickly looked at the tablet. But after looking for a while, she didn't find anything strange. "This seems to be no problem, missing." "The number is wrong. It's missing 700,000. Song Ying frowned. "The total number is correct, but all the expenses on the bill are missing 700,000. Such a huge bill was calculated in his mind. Su Mei looked at Song Ying with surprise. Song Ying frowned, took the tablet. Her fingers quickly swiped, and then marked 6 places on the document. This financial handling is a bit sloppy." Su Mei shook her head. Song Ying suddenly said, "It's not that they're sloppy. Someone is falsifying the accounts." "Falsifying the accounts?" Su Mei was surprised. Song Ying suddenly stood up. "Let's go back to the room. Tell the group to send me the accounts of the last 3 years, especially the ones related to Zhonghua Street." "Got it." The two hurriedly left. In the pavilion, Luochio raised his head and glanced at the back of Song Ying and Su Mei. He stopped in his tracks. "Young master, what's the matter?" Gan Hong quickly asked. "Nothing." Luochio smiled. "Where was I?" One of the children in the pavilion quickly asked, "Big brother, you said that Ikaros didn't listen to his father's advice and was about to fly into the sun when you stopped. What happened after that?" Luochio whispered. "Ikaros was too arrogant. He thought he could fly higher, but the wax on his wings melted due to the heat of the sun, and the feathers fell from his body one by one. When all the feathers on his body disappeared, Ikaros could no longer fly in the sky and finally fell into the sea. The waves submerged him, leaving only the feathers floating on the sea surface." Then what happened to Ikaros? Did he die?" The children asked in horror. Luochio slowly said, "Do you want him to die?" The children shook their heads. Luochio said, "Then you can continue this story. What do you think happened after that?" "His father, Deadless, saved him. If I was in danger, my father would definitely save me." A little girl said, "Well, he could swim, so he could swim to the shore, and then he found his father Deadless. And then they lived a happy life." A little boy raised his hand and said, "The whale in the sea saved him and sent him to the shore." The little boy said, "He met the mermaid princess, and they became good friends." The little girl said. Luochio quietly listened. The story was already a bit strange, but it was getting more and more interesting. Later, the nurse came and took the children away, and when it was time to take medicine and injections, only Luochio and Gan Hong were left in the pavilion. Gan Hong suddenly asked, "Young master, Ikaros actually died in the end, right?" Luochio nodded. "The sea buried him, and then washed his body to the shore. His father, Deadless, found Ikaros' body. Later, Daedalus took his people and flew to a new place, where they lived a good life. But Daedalus was never happy in his life. But why didn't you tell the children? Ganhong didn't understand. Isn't this a myth that arrogance leads to death? Actually, there's another meaning, which is fatalism. Luochio suddenly said, Daedalus framed Talos and was convicted of treason, but he escaped punishment, but Ikaros died. Don't you think that's too heavy a burden for the children? They'll realize this one day when they grow up, right? Chapter 9:13. In fact, Ivan Hizenba, the supervisor of the 13 clans, took longer to recover than he had imagined. Although his spirit had already recovered, his body was still weak for 2 to 3 days, and that was under the effect of consuming a large amount of pure blood. Of course, for Ivan Hessenbach, the inspector of the 13 clans and a direct descendant of a certain prince in the clan, the supply of pure blood was never lacking. The living room was very simple, without any superfluous things. Although it was unusually spacious, there was only one sofa, because Ivan was a minimalist. Simplicity was beauty. Vampires pursued all kinds of strange aesthetics, so it was not strange. At this time, Ivan was facing the fireplace. Although it was still summer in the southern hemisphere, a flame had risen in the fireplace. The flames changed and turned into a human face. This was Ivan's boss, one of the 3 executives with the most power in the entire supervision organization of the 13 clans. Arax. Yes, Your Excellency. Ivan half knelt on the ground. Lowering his head with a respectful attitude, he called himself so, and he was very powerful. If he didn't show mercy, I'm afraid I would have. Chaotic nightmare taper. The executive's face in the fireplace flickered, as if he was thinking. After a long time, he said, Ivan, about this matter, just report it to me, and I'll deal with the rest. Ivan Hizenba suddenly said, Your Excellency, the mixed blood Elizabeth seems to know Arax. Have I started to get more information from her? The executive suddenly said, Ivan, there are many mixed bloods among us. The whole clan's attitude towards mixed bloods is very subtle. At this stage, it's still in a balance. So, don't arouse the conflict between pure and mixed bloods. The rebellious heart is not only exclusive to humans. Ivan was startled. As a member of the supervision organization, he naturally got more information. Over the years, from various clues, it seemed that a black hand had been hiding in the whole clan, quietly organizing a group of mixed bloods and plotting something. Of course, this was only his speculation. But from the CEO's words, Ivan had a vague idea in his mind. Had the mastermind really taken action? The executive suddenly said, But the things in the castle need to be thoroughly investigated. You can start from Hydasil. Him. Sir, I didn't notice him at that time. Ivan frowned. The CEO said, Our people have discovered Hydasil's whereabouts in Mexico. The time was just before dawn after the castle incident. The list of names that 2 Shini submitted for the hunting day banquet had Hydasil's name on it, so he should know about it. Understood. I'll head to Mexico right away. Ivan nodded. I'll let my officer take over here. At present, there seems to be an aristocratic family among the humans who are investigating the castle. When necessary, my affairs officer will know what to do. Some of the big aristocratic families among the humans have a lot of power. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to cause conflict between the 2 sides. We still have weaknesses. The executive sounded a little impatient. Ivan hurriedly asked, Your Excellency, is there any other trouble? Speaking of which, what a coincidence. The executive said in a deep voice, I remember that there is a descendant of the Takizawa family in the name list of the hunting party in the castle, right? Yes, Takizawa Akiyoshi. Ivan nodded. His nickname is the Deceiver. The executive said, A few days ago, I received a report from the Japanese censor. It's also about the Takizawa family. It's very mysterious. The Takizawa family's main branch in East Asia was completely wiped out overnight. What? Ivan raised his head in shock. The Takizawa family in Japan has a fourth generation, and the Takizawa family is transformed from the taboo mixed blood. How could it be so easily? The Japanese censor is relatively weak. Our hands can't reach so far. The executive shook his head. I've already sent more people to investigate. Don't worry about the Takizawa family. Do your own thing first. In addition, a 10-year-old pureblood is a little stingy. This. Ivan was startled. The executive said, since this mixed blood is related to the chaotic nightmare-eating tapir, and he's willing to protect it, it proves that the relationship is not simple. The prince's attitude toward Erex is to avoid him as much as possible. We can't give him an excuse to come to us. Later, I'll ask you to send 5 portions of golden pureblood and a 30-year-old pureblood to Elizabeth's home, personally. He is really so terrifying. Ivan Hiesenbach's expression changed slightly. The executive said lightly, you haven't experienced it. In one night, thousands of pureblood vampires, including the princes, fell into a nightmare. The fear of not being able to save themselves. If he wants to, I'm afraid we'll welcome eternal silence in our dreams. Every time we think of that, it's so despairing. It's not his power that's terrifying, but his ability. Legend has it that he has the ultimate dream ability. He can switch between dream and reality at will, turning dreams into reality. The flames in the fireplace gradually disappeared. In the minimalistic living room, Ivan stood up slowly. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand. The door behind him opened, and a woman walked in slowly with a cold expression. Gloria, I'm going to Mexico. I'll leave the rest to you. The executive said to try not to have a big conflict with humans. But there's one thing you have to remember, and that is, everything has to be based on our interests. Got it, brother. Ivan turned around at this time, looking at the woman named Gloria, but his heart didn't waver. Lowly mixed blood, don't give me trouble. If you don't want your mother to suffer more punishment for you, then redeem yourself. Yes, brother. She was still cold and expressionless. The camp had been set up early, and the vicinity of the manor had been designated as a forbidden area. There were soldiers patrolling. In 2 days, the wreckage on the ground of the ancient castle had been cleaned up, but there was no deep excavation underground. This was the government's idea. No one would care why a large number of people from the Song family appeared in such a place, because this place indeed belonged to the Song family. The Song family's secret village had always been cultivating talents in various fields. Those who were suitable for combat were incorporated into the iris's flower. As for those with specialties, they were sent to some important departments for support, even the military. However, the camp outside the ancient castle was just a smokescreen created on the surface. The ones who were actually excavating and researching the maze in the ancient castle's basement were another small team. Led by Mr. Blind and Song Haren, the team included the 3 Song brothers and 20 elites from the iris's flower. The place they entered was the secret passageway that the 3 Song brothers had escaped from back then. This treasure vault was not affected by the collapse of the underground maze. When Song Haren's team made their way in, it was still intact. Gold, silver, jewels, and antiques were all shining due to the lighting tools they brought. Song Haren casually whistled and smiled. I should have brought a girlfriend. For Song Haren, exploration, beauties, and treasures were a very romantic thing. Oni rolled his eyes and casually picked up a string of jewels and hung it around his neck. It looked as vulgar as it could get. Then Luvia gave him a fierce kick. Mr. Blind said indifferently, Be careful. There is a large amount of death energy here. According to Songda's description, there are still a lot of zombies hidden here. Oni and Luvia restrained themselves. There were many instructors in the village who were said to have all kinds of skills. Mr. Blind would not participate in any of the classes. However, everyone in the village actually hoped to be able to stay by Mr. Blind's side for a while, because Mr. Blind's occasional 1 or 2 words of advice could benefit them immensely. Master Song was someone they had to be loyal to. Thus, Mr. Blind was someone they had to respect. Let's split up and explore. Song Haoran began to give out orders. Mr. Songda, Mr. Song Air, you too lead 15 people. Mr. Song, Sen will follow me. I will lead the rest and follow Mr. Blind. How about it? Mr. Blind nodded. Okay. Song Da's 3 brothers also nodded. They had no objection to Song Haoran's arrangement. In this way, both teams would have people who were familiar with the underground maze. Song Da and Song Air quickly led their own people and opened the door of the treasure house. They went up the spiral staircase. As for Mr. Blind, he did not move. Instead, he sat on the ground and meditated. According to him, he was sensing the source of the death energy. Mr. Blind said that this place was a place with good feng shui. It was suitable for raising zombies. However, a place with good feng shui was not unchanging. It could gather and naturally could be scattered. For a place with good feng shui to raise zombies, it was naturally better to destroy it than to keep it. Suddenly, Mr. Blind shouted in a deep voice, "Who is it?" His voice was loud and clear, causing pain in people's ears. Mr. Blind quickly stood up and snorted. He waved his hand and a cold light shot out. The cold light seemed to have pierced something in the air. In the end, it hit the wall. It was a shadow. The shadow was being held up by the ancient bronze sword. In an instant, the shadow slithered away from the wall and escaped through the door of the treasure house. Song Sen, you stay here. Mr. Blind gave the order and chased after the shadow. Seeing Mr. Blind's agile movements, Song Sen could not help but sigh. This guy is really blind. Everyone be careful. There might be other enemies. Be on your guard. Song Haoran shouted in a deep voice. He activated his magical perception with all his might. Everyone held the modern weapons in their hands tightly and spread out to observe their surroundings. All of a sudden, Song Haoran opened his eyes and swung his arm. A gunshot rang out, and everyone was so shocked that they quickly turned their guns around. However, Song Haoran suddenly fired at a wooden box filled with gold, silver, and jewels. At this time, Song Haoran gave Oni a look. Oni understood and carefully crept over. It's nothing. It's just a spider. Oni quickly turned around and used the gun barrel in his hand to pick out the spider's corpse. The spider was a little bigger than a tarantula. However, its body had been torn apart by the bullet. Oni took a look and admired Song Haoran's marksmanship. If the military advisor participated in the ranking, he would be the #1 gunman in the South America region. No, perhaps the world. Seeing that it was only a spider, Song Haoran seemed to relax and slowly lowered his arm. However, at this moment, his heart throbbed, and he raised his head to look. It was also a spider, an incomparably huge spider. Spider! Someone screamed. Song Haoran subconsciously looked down and saw that a large number of spiders had emerged from the treasure house. And the source of that scream was one of the village's warriors. His body was completely covered by a large number of spiders. He fell to the ground and kept struggling. The spiders swarmed over his body like a small mound of dirt. However, they slowly shrunk. The warrior's screams had already stopped. When the spider left his body, all that was left behind was some clothes and the equipment he was wearing. In the blink of an eye, the soldier was completely eaten up. There are spiders here too. Here too. The terrifying spiders rushed over from all directions and quickly forced everyone to gather together. Song Haoran was sweating profusely. When facing zombies, he could fight against dozens of them. However, when facing these spiders, he did not have a good way to deal with them. At this moment, his martial arts were not as useful as his firearms. The machine gun began to madly shoot around in an attempt to stop the spiders. However, there were too many of them. The weak net of fire was simply unable to stop the spiders from advancing. Moreover, above their heads, there was an even more terrifying giant spider. Its 8 glowing eyes were constantly staring at Song Haoran and the others below. How many monsters are raised in this damn place? Song Haran cursed. He reached out and took out a grenade, using his mouth to bite open the safety pin. He threw it out with all his might. Rumble, rumble. There was an explosion in front of them. A large number of spiders were blown to pieces. However, it also opened up a path to the treasure house. Go. Close the door of the treasure house. Song Haran shouted. Everyone ran with all their might. However, at this moment, the giant spider above them had already made its move. It quickly spat out a bunch of spider silk. In an instant, it shot towards the back of one of the soldiers and directly wrapped around his entire body. As a result, the warrior fell to the ground, and his body, which was wrapped in the spider silk, was being pulled away. Damn it! At this moment, the giant spider shot out spider silk again. This time, not only did it wrap around the Song family soldiers, but it also wrapped around Song Haran's body. Song Haran, frantically, tried to tear off the spider silk on his body. However, the spider silk was as tough as steel cable. Even a warrior like him could not tear it off. His body was suddenly pulled up. Ah! Ah! Like a fish that had been caught, the giant spider above them was like an angler. It easily fished them away one by one. Less than 5 meters away from the door, only Song Haran and Luvia were left. Song Haran held Luvia's hand. The door was right in front of them. Perhaps it would only take a second. However, at this moment, a huge pulling force came from behind. Luvia's hand was forcefully pulled away from his hand. Luvia was also taken away by the giant spider from his hand. Song Haran gritted his teeth. Glancing at the door in front of him, he suddenly turned around and reached out to hold the sun god badge on his body. Once again, he fully activated his perception. In the darkness, in the three-dimensional world constructed, he saw the figures that were hung up one by one. They were not dead and still had heartbeats. However, what about the giant spider? Suddenly, Song Haran felt a heart-wrenching pain that almost caused his brain to lack oxygen. Chapter 9:14. Summer 2013. Amazon Jungle. Golden City Archaeological Team. The legend of Golden City and Golden Lake had been circulating in the American continent for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years, explorers from all over the world had come in an endless stream, but from beginning to end, no one had ever seen the true appearance of Golden City, which had sunk into Golden Lake. Perhaps only the emperor of the Incan Empire, who had built Golden City in the legends, had seen the true appearance of Golden City. A small temporary camp had been set up in the jungle. This archaeological team of Golden City had a total of 23 people, and the leader was a professor of archaeology named Dorowin. At this time, Professor Dorowin was in a tent discussing with his assistant, a native who was responsible for leading the way and was familiar with the local jungle environment, and a retired soldier in the team who was responsible for the military force. They had been in the jungle for 20 days. They had arrived at Golden Lake long ago, but they had no clue about Golden City. Many years ago, the local government had sent the army to protect Golden Lake and put an end to illegal exploration. But even the army was not strong enough, and there were still many people who sneaked into the forbidden area. As time passed, the local government's supervision of this place was not as good as before. Professor Dorowin, our supplies are running out, the retired soldier said. The one who spoke was the veteran Sengta. The remaining food can only support us for another 4 days at most. Otherwise, we will starve on the way back. Santa, my old friend, please give me some more time. Professor Dorowin pleaded. I have been studying the Incan civilization all my life. I believe that Golden City definitely exists, and the entrance is nearby. 1 week, at most 1 week. Santa frowned. Professor, you should understand that you and I are hired to come here, and I am the leader of this team. But I also have the responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone. This was not an archaeological expedition initiated by Professor Dorowin, but one with a sponsor. The sponsor provided Professor Dorowin with a lot of information, and with Professor Dorowin's recommendation, Santa was appointed as the leader. But this time, the sponsor did not come with the team. It was even possible that the sponsor was commissioned by someone else. He was just a middleman. No one knew who the real boss of this expedition was. But even if Sanada promised to spare some time, Professor Dorowin still frowned as he looked at the maps spread out on the ground. At this moment, there was a sudden cheer outside the tent. The few of them walked out in confusion and found that the members of the archaeological team were gathered together and shouting. Professor Dorowin called over a member and asked about the matter. "Professor, one of the team members hunted a wild boar in the forest. Everyone is happy and discussing how to eat it." Professor Dorowin was taken aback and nodded. "Oh, hunting? Who hunted it?" Santa couldn't help but become curious. Cultured people thought that hunting a wild boar might be a simple task for a hunter. However, this was not the case. An adult wild boar was very aggressive. If one was not careful, it could even bring about life-threatening danger. The team member pointed forward and saw a man sitting under a tree with a hat covering his face, half lying down. Professor Dorowin curiously led his men over. "You hunted the wild boar? How did you do it?" The young man took off his hat. Under his messy hair was a slightly tanned face. It should have been tanned by the sun during this period. It was a rare Oriental face. Professor Dorowin was a little puzzled. He remembered that this person was indeed in his archaeological team, but he was not his student. Santa brought him in when he was recruiting people. Looking at the situation, Santa did not seem to be very familiar with this young man. However, Professor Dorowin and Santa had known each other for many years. He knew that Santa was not an irresponsible person. This young man should have something extraordinary. "Song, did you really hunt this wild boar by yourself?" Santa was surprised at this time. He found this young man in the tavern. At that time, he saw him fighting with the drunkards in the bar. He was quite good at fighting, so he chatted with him. After that, they hit it off, and then he joined the archaeological team. Santa did not know his full name. He only knew that he asked others to call him Song. "Is there a problem?" Song yawned at this time. He was about 23 or 24 years old, and there was always a faint smile on his face. In these 20 days, Song basically did not communicate with the people in the team. He appeared to be a man of few words. He just silently followed the team and did his own things. "Amazing." Santa laughed at this time. Song shrugged and said indifferently, "I've been a little tired of eating dry food recently. I want to eat some fresh meat. Maybe I'm lucky. I planned to just catch 2 fish and roast it myself, but then this big guy came to me." This big wild boar was enough for the whole team to eat for a day and a half. It was undoubtedly good news for the archaeological team that was short of supplies. But Professor Dorowin suddenly said, "Song, what are you holding in your hand?" Song was stunned, then he raised his hand. On his wrist was a small ornament carved out of bone. "This. I picked it up from the ground. It looked quite special, so I wore it. Is there a problem?" Professor Dorowin grabbed Song's wrist and carefully examined the small ornament. This is a kind of ornament worn by soldiers during the Inca dynasty. Its function is similar to the military badges worn by some soldiers in the army today. It is used to identify one's identity. Where did he find this thing? Song, you must tell me. This may be a major breakthrough. I see. Song thought for a while and said, "I can't tell you the exact place, but I can bring you there." "Right away. We'll go there right away." Professor Dorowin was so excited that even his neck was red. He then asked Santa to leave a few people behind to guard the camp and set off with the team. Song brought the archaeological team to the bottom of a small waterfall, but it was not an easy journey. Even Santa, a veteran with field experience, was sweating profusely by the time he arrived, not to mention a scholar like Professor Dorowin. At this time, Song stood on a big rock in the pool under the waterfall and pointed at the bottom of the waterfall. "There seems to be a small cave there, but it's too dark." I was worried that there might be poisonous snakes hiding inside, so I didn't go in. This thing was found in there. Professor Dorwin was resting on the ground. When he heard that, he quickly got up and shouted, "Quick, quick! Santa, find some ropes. I want to go in and take a look myself." Song raised his head and looked at the top of the waterfall, which branch of the Amazon River had diverged a few times before reaching this place. Looking at the members of the archaeological team who were busy exploring the cave under the waterfall, a smile appeared on Song's face. He muttered softly, "It's true. If they don't give us any clues, it's useless. I almost wasted my pocket money for nothing." Sigh. After stretching his muscles, Song jumped into the pool and swam toward the bottom of the waterfall. This was not the first time he explored this place. The last time was a few months ago, and the team last time was wiped out. The impact of the water suddenly soared. Every inch forward took a lot of effort. However, at this time, Song seemed to hear some kind of sound. It was a whisper that had been occasionally ringing in his mind since he survived a few months ago. He tried countless times to remember these strange sounds and its syllables, but every time he tried he was so confused. He seemed to understand the meaning of these whispers, but he could not organize them in his mind. They were always so specious. What kind of secret is hidden in here? I'm really looking forward to it. Someone from the archaeological team had already arrived and tied a rope. Everyone pulled on the rope and slowly made their way past the waterfall. They arrived at the back of the waterfall. Just as Song had said, there was a cave that was neither too big nor too small. Professor Dorwin looked around while Sanada observed the edge of the cave. There are traces of excavation here. Although it has been severely eroded by the flowing water, it can still be seen that someone has been here before. I'm afraid it's the ancient people of the Inca dynasty. Professor Dorwin took a deep breath, took a strong light from the team member, and shone it into the cave. This section of the road was not easy to walk. It was downwards, and most of the road was filled with gravel. Because of the water vapor, it was very easy to slip and fall. However, after going downwards for a while, the interior had become dry. After about 50 meters, Professor Dorwin found some ancient murals on the wall, which made Professor Dorwin very excited. "This is a painting of a sacrifice," Professor Dorwin said loudly. "Sure enough, the information given to me by the mysterious investor is not wrong. This is the recording method used by the ancient people of the Inca dynasty. Is it the City of Gold?" A student of Professor Dorwin asked nervously. This doesn't seem to record the City of Gold." Professor Dorwin touched these murals step by step as he walked over. When he arrived before the last mural, he suddenly stopped. His expression was somewhat surprised as he muttered to himself, "A black sun swallowing the sky. What does that mean?" On the mural, a black sun was engraved. The ancient Inca people below were kneeling on the ground. Next to them was an image of an ancient person who looked like a sacrifice with tears in his eyes. Song was behind the team. He looked at the team members surrounding the mural and did not say a word. He silently observed the surroundings and pressed his hand on his waist where the pistol was placed. "Teacher, what does the black sun mean?" Professor Dorwin frowned and said the Inca dynasty had their own worship. They worshipped the sun god, the guardian of the Inca Empire. In the Inca civilization, the sun god's name was Indi, the son of the god of creation, Viracocha. But Indi was the incarnation of the sun and should be a symbol of light. Why did the ancient Inca carve a black sun? I don't understand this either. But this discovery is probably a major discovery of the Inca civilization. Hurry up and record all the murals here. Remember, don't miss anything. Sangta was not interested in this kind of archaeological research. He was more interested in finding the wealth in the City of Gold. So, he looked at the other parts of the cave. Suddenly, Sangta stopped because he found some modern tools in the corner of the wall, a water bottle for outdoor use, a pair of hiking shoes, and a few bullet shells. Someone had been to this place earlier than them. Sangta suddenly thought of Song, the mysterious and capable guy. He remembered that when he was looking around, Song was beside him. So he said, "Song, come and look at the things here." Song. However, after Sang Ta shouted a few times, he did not get a response. He could not help but turn his head in confusion, only to find that Song had disappeared. At least, he was not in his line of sight. Sang Ta frowned. Not far away, Professor Dorowin and a group of people were busy recording information. The others in the team were assisting from the side and did not notice Sang Ta's actions. "Song?" Sang Ta called Song again. Suddenly, something flashed in front of his eyes. A black shadow. It was too fast. Sang Ta subconsciously fired a shot at the place where the black shadow had flashed past. The sound of the gunshot instantly alarmed everyone. "What happened?" Professor Dorowin asked in horror. Sang Ta replied loudly, "I don't know, but there seems to be something here." He looked back at the team and shouted again, "Everyone be careful. There may be something dangerous hidden here. What's wrong with you?" He saw that the team was looking at him with a frightened expression. Sang Ta frowned. When he realized what was going on, he broke out in cold sweat. He swallowed his saliva and slowly turned his head. In the darkness, he saw a pair of huge eyes staring at him. Hiss! What Sang Ta saw was a terrifyingly large, bloody mouth. It was actually an incomparably huge python. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and there was even a single blood red horn on its head. By the time Sang Ta reacted, his vision had turned black. His entire upper body had been swallowed by the terrifying python. After swallowing half of Sang Ta's body, the black single-horned python raised its head and saw Sang Ta's legs struggling frantically in the python's mouth. In the end, they went limp. The python opened its mouth again and swallowed Sang Ta's whole body. At this moment, the archaeological team was in a complete panic. Chapter 9:15. They fled toward the exit of the cave in horror, ignoring the so-called important Incan cultural research materials, even though Professor Dorowin was yelling. However, the terrifying thing about the black unicorn python was that it was not only large enough to swallow a living person in one bite, but it could also crawl rapidly as its muscles contracted. In the blink of an eye, the black unicorn python was one step ahead of the fleeing archaeological team members. It appeared in front of the cave entrance and coiled its body around, staring at the archaeological team members with cold eyes. The archaeological team members, who were in charge of fighting, had no choice but to resist. They had seen what happened to their leader, Sang Ta, so no one wanted to be the next one to die in the mouth of the black unicorn python. Da-da-da-da! Pistols, machine guns, these were all provided by the sponsor. At this time, they were madly shooting at the black unicorn python. In the cave, the flashes of guns and cannons flashed. This monster! In the darkness, exclamations were heard, followed by screams. Another archaeological team member was targeted by the black unicorn python. His body was wrapped around by the black unicorn python's huge body, and in the midst of his painful screams, the sound of his bones breaking could be heard. However, the black unicorn python's skin seemed to be made of alloy, and the bullets only made tinkling sounds when they hit its body. Even if a few black scales fell off, it did not seem to hurt the black unicorn python at all. One by one, the archaeological team members became the black unicorn python's meal in fear. This seemed to be a punishment for all the intruders. Trembling and shivering, they were trapped on a small piece of ground, and the black unicorn python's body had circled them, completely encircling the archaeological team members. "Are we going to die here?" One of the archaeological team members couldn't bear the fear and knelt on the ground, crying. This was one of the few females in the archaeological team, and she was also Professor Dorowin's student. She sobbed softly. At this time, Song was still hiding behind the rock, observing the black unicorn python's every move, and he had no intention of helping. He was not cold-blooded, but he had a set of moral standards in his heart. Originally, in the village he grew up in, the idea of eliminating the weak and keeping the strong was instilled. Among the archaeological team, some were fugitives, and some had ulterior motives. Even Professor Dorowin had secretly embezzled his students' research results, and in the end, caused his student to commit suicide. Even Santa, this guy, had a habit of abusing children. Selecting these people was more of a hobby, a kind of alternative trial. The first expedition a few months ago was also done in the same way. Song had never thought of himself as a guardian of morality. He was just doing it on a whim. He did not feel guilty about killing people. He did not feel guilty about setting up a greedy archaeological team with all kinds of motives. He knew what he needed and what he should do to get what he needed. He did not plan to regret anything, even if the archaeological team in front of him was kind. Rabbits were kind-hearted, but they would eventually die in the mouth of a tiger. At this moment, the black single-horned python's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, like two resplendent gems. Under the illumination of the red light, the members of the archaeological team fell to the ground one after another. At this time, the python used its tail to roll everyone up. Last time, it also rolled everyone up like this. At this time, Song's heart beat fast because he keenly felt something. By following the black single-horned python like this, he would be able to obtain some secrets. The strange whisper in his mind became even more frequent, as if it was urging him to hurry up. A hint of excitement flashed in Song's eyes. He enjoyed this feeling of fear and trepidation. It was really too good. He could clearly feel the value of living more clearly than at any other time. He was like a moth attracted to a flame, instinctively chasing after excitement. The black single-horned python did not seem to notice that someone was following it. It just kept moving forward, and finally its body began to drill into a dark hole. Song paced back and forth in front of the hole for a while, quietly listening. At this time, the whisper became clearer and clearer. It no longer sounded in his mind, but as if it came from the depths of the hole. Song's forehead could not help but drip with cold sweat, but his expression was so excited. He clutched his chest and took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and stepped into the hole. He instantly felt his body sliding downwards at a rapid speed. This long hole was very smooth. The giant python probably often went in and out of this hole, as its hard scales had long polished the rock smooth. Song Zai silently counted in his heart. After counting to about 100, his body was thrown out from somewhere. Suddenly, an even more serious feeling of falling came over him. He hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see a flash of brilliance. The place where this hole led to was actually an underground natural pool. This pool was filled with a kind of algae that emitted a faint light, which illuminated the entire underground cavern with a faint blue light. In the center of this pool, there was a temple-like building. This was a trapezoidal pyramid. Plop! Splash! At this time, Song's body was thrown into the pool, causing a burst of water. He quickly swam toward the pyramid in the center of the pool and climbed to the edge of the pyramid's platform. Song's eyes revealed a hint of joy. Nothing could make a person happier than discovering a treasured land after experiencing excitement and danger for him. Song whistled, wringing the water stains on his body, and walked toward the entrance of the pyramid. But at this moment, he suddenly froze in front of the pyramid's entrance. When he looked up, he saw a pair of cold eyes staring at him. It was from the black single-horned python. This giant python was actually coiled around the pyramid's exterior, and the huge python's head was now in front of Song's eyes. Song took a deep breath, moved his heels back slightly, and at the same time his throat trembled. However, this giant python did not seem to have any intention of opening its huge mouth to swallow Song. It just looked at him quietly, motionless. In the end, something that Song would never forget happened. This terrifying black, single-horned python was gradually petrified. That's right, it coiled around the pyramid's exterior and completely turned into a huge stone. It constantly raised its head, looking forward like a guard. Song suddenly understood. This black, single-horned python was most likely the guardian of this pyramid, but it did not attack him. Instead, it chose to turn into a stone statue. "Does it want me to go in?" Song calmed himself down. At this moment, the whisper in his heart could no longer be called a whisper. It was more like a call. But what about the members of the archaeological team who were captured by the giant python? Had they all been swallowed in such a short period of time? However, Song's doubts were soon solved because he quickly found out where the members of the archaeological team were. They were actually inside this trapezoidal pyramid. Not only that, Song also saw a naked man inside the pyramid. This big man was moving the members of the archaeological team into a square pit. In front of this big pit, there was a huge golden statue. The statue was inlaid with a large amount of gemstones and jadeite, and its body was made of gold. The moment Song saw this golden statue, he felt absent-minded. After the burly man placed the last member of the archaeological team into the square pit, he knelt on the ground and almost kissed the ground. He looked extremely humble. Next, the big man made a series of complicated movements, as if it was some kind of ritual. This big man was obviously worshipping the golden statue in front of him. At this time, Song had already taken out his pistol and pointed it at the man's back from afar. Then he started to move around the man. He gradually saw the man's side profile. It was a face full of black tattoos. At this time, the naked big man slowly turned his neck, looking at Song. Song saw the pair of cold eyes on this big man's face. In an instant, Song felt like he saw a giant python staring at him. It was as if the black single-horned python had appeared in front of him. Inti, the big man's lips moved slightly. Song frowned and asked tentatively, Inti? Indy? The big man didn't say anything, but his eyes moved, looking at the golden statue in front of the huge pit, and uttered the same syllable again. Inti. It is Inti? Song couldn't help but point at the golden statue. At this time, the big man nodded slowly. Song thought to himself, this big man doesn't seem to have any intention to attack me, but why did he throw the members of the archaeological team into this pit? Were the people from the previous expedition also thrown into this pit in the end? Song tried to find some clues from this pit. These people didn't seem to be dead, they were just unconscious. But at this moment, the big man pointed at Song and then at the golden statue. Song was startled and subconsciously asked, You want me to walk in front of it? The big man nodded at this time. Song hesitated for a while, but in the end he remained vigilant, staring at the big man's every move, and then slowly moved to the front of the golden statue. It's nothing. Song came to the front of the statue and quickly raised his head to take a few glances. Apart from the preciousness of this golden statue, there was nothing special about it. There was no danger here. Song had a keen intuition since he was young, especially when it came to danger. He would always do something on a whim. But because of that, he had escaped fatal danger several times. However, the big man just stared at Song silently, not saying anything. He even closed his eyes, as if he had turned into a statue. Song frowned. Then his heart was moved, recalling the big man's previous actions. He had a good memory. He recalled the complicated hand gestures that the big man had made when he was kneeling. Then, according to the sequence, he slowly repeated them in front of the golden statue. However, after this set of hand gestures, there was still no change. This made Song even more confused. At this moment, the eyes of the golden statue opened abruptly. Yes, the eyeballs opened instantly. Song saw 2 pitch-black vortexes, which made him instinctively feel great danger. He even felt a chill run down his spine. Song subconsciously took a step back, but at this moment he felt a sharp pain spread through his entire body. Song lowered his head to look at his chest. His chest had been pierced through from behind by a palm. Blood instantly dyed his chest red. Song was unable to breathe. He saw his own death in that instant. He couldn't hear anything, only a buzzing sound in his head. His vision gradually faded away, and his body was lifted up by the hand that had pierced through his chest from behind. He moved even closer to the golden statue. At this moment, something suddenly protruded from the chest of the golden statue. It was a small badge embedded on the chest of the statue. Countless whispers rang out in Song's mind. In addition to the pain he was feeling physically, he was also enduring the pain of his spirit being compressed. Inti. Song ran abruptly opened his eyes and screamed out the word in agony. Inti. Every time such a call would ring out in his mind, Song Haran opened his eyes. There was still a huge wound on his chest. It was the result of the claws of the terrifying spider in the treasure room. Song Haran had fallen to the ground. He knew that he had died once. Yes, he had died once. But this was not the only time he had died. Back then, in the mysterious pyramid near the Golden Lake, he had died once. He was resurrected. After that, he returned to this world from the embrace of the god of death. Then, 2 years ago, he went out to sea. On the Caribbean Sea, his ship was suddenly sunk by pirates. He should have been buried in the sea, but in the end he was only washed to the shore by the waves and then woke up. The sun god's badge. Song Haran knew that this was the sun god's badge, or rather, Inti, which gave him the power of resurrection. However, the source of this power was life. Those were the lives buried within the golden statue. It was unknown what kind of power they possessed, but they had completely tied their lives together with Song Haran's. Like the resurrection token, every time he died, the life tied to him would be consumed. At this moment, Song Haran felt an extraordinary power surging through his body. It was as though some kind of divine power had been added to his body. He fell to the ground and reached out with his hand. What he grabbed was an ancient treasure sword that had been hidden in the treasure room. It was the sword that had been tossed to the ground by Song San's grenade. Song Haran's speed instantly surpassed his own. Using both hands, he completely inserted the ancient treasure sword into the abdomen of the terrifying spider monster. At this moment, the body of the terrifying spider monster suddenly swelled, gradually. It reached its limit and instantly exploded. An aura of flames burst out from the exploded spider monster's body. Chapter 9:16. In the vertical spiral staircase, a thrilling chase was playing out. The shadow moved in the darkness, while Mr. Blind's ancient bronze sword moved in front of the shadow. Although Mr. Blind was called blind, it did not mean that he did not have the means to observe. As they jumped, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the spiral staircase. The source seemed to be the treasure vault. Mr. Blind frowned. It was not that he did not think that the appearance of this strange shadow could be a diversion. However, he believed that Song Haran and Song Sen would be able to hold on for a while even if they encountered danger. On Song Haran's body, there was a power that even he was wary of. This was what he told old Master Song about Song Haran's own destiny. At the same time, it was also the reason why he was unwilling to accept Song Haran as his disciple. Otherwise, Song Haran would be a very suitable seedling to cultivate his cultivation method. However, from the loud sound, it seemed that the situation was more serious than he had expected. Mr. Blind planned to see what the shadow's intentions were. One strike. After one strike, if the shadow still managed to escape, he would return. Hence, at this moment, the ancient bronze sword split into 7 sword lights. Mr. Blind stretched his finger forward, and the 7 sword lights quickly pierced the wall. The first ray of sword light did not hit the shadow, but the next 6 rays of sword light instantly pierced to other places. Almost in an instant, the 7 rays of sword light that pierced to different places connected together, just like the star chart of the Big Dipper. On the wall, the area that was illuminated by the 7 sword lights was filled with a restraining power, trapping the shadow in an instant. The shadow struggled a few times but was unable to break through the seal of the sword lights. In the end, Mr. Blind snorted and formed a sword seal with his fingers. He pointed forward again. A muffled groan came from the darkness. A pool of blood was left on the wall. Then a shadow fell and landed on the stairs. Chi-chi, chi-chi. 7 beams of sword light descended in an instant, landing directly around the figure, forming a circle. Lightning flashed between the beams of sword light. The figure hurriedly got up, but was immediately struck by the lightning and a series of painful sounds rang out. Mr. Blind quickly walked over and suddenly asked, "What is your purpose in luring me out?" The sword lights flashed and the shadow's appearance became clear. She held her shoulder with one hand. Blood flowed out from between her fingers. That was where she had been stabbed. Her drooping hair covered half of her face. There were still traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she turned her face away. She did not intend to speak and only snorted coldly. "Female." Mr. Blind's brows furrowed, and he suddenly said, "You are not human." The woman still did not respond. Mr. Blind pondered for a moment, then took out a small wooden sword that was only as long as a finger from his sleeve and flicked it forward. The small wooden sword pierced into the woman's body, but she didn't feel any unusual pain. She only felt as if something had entered her body. She lowered her head slightly. Then she abruptly raised her head. There was a trace of fear on her face. Mr. Blind said indifferently, "I can hear the source of your power. It seems to be coming from your heart. You should be a vampire. The heart is your biggest weakness. What I implanted in you is the binding sword. It hangs above your heart at all times. I only need to think about it, and the wooden sword will pierce your heart." The woman clenched her teeth. In the end, she unwillingly turned her face away. After the wooden sword entered her body, not only did it take control of her life, it even cut off the source of her power, making her feel extremely weak at this moment. The place where she was originally injured was now filled with bone-piercing pain. It was as if the vampire's self-healing ability had been sealed. "Follow me." Mr. Blind turned around and left. The 7 sword lights retracted and fused into one. It turned back into the bronze sword. It rotated in the air once before returning to Mr. Blind's side. The woman clenched her teeth. In the end, she struggled to get up. She slowly followed this abnormally powerful human. Since there were 13 clans in this world, and there was also the Magicians Association, it meant that there were many life forms with extraordinary powers in this world. Turning over his arm, the golden arm gradually returned to its original appearance. At this time, Song Howren also slightly sighed. This powerful force had completely calmed down in his body at this time. This was a mysterious force that didn't listen to his command. It would only suddenly appear at the critical moment to save him. Song Howren looked down at the sun god's badge on his body. He slowly uttered a syllable. Inti, his call, didn't bring any response. Song Howren shook his head and quickly picked up the equipment on the ground. When he picked up the flashlight and explored forward, he found that the small spiders had begun to retreat. The crisis was finally over. Song Howren quickly picked up the pistol. Using the flashlight's light source, he shot at the strands of spider silk that were hanging people up. However, he didn't intend to break the spider silk. He only aimed at the place where the spider silk came into contact with the rock. He caught the people one by one and put them on the ground. However, it took Song Howren a lot of effort to save them one by one. However, he couldn't cut off the spider silk that wrapped around them. While Song Howren was trying to come up with a solution, he suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. He immediately turned around and saw Mr. Blind slowly walking out of the treasury's door. "Great!" Song Howren revealed a bright smile. The spider silk on Luvia and the others had been cut off by Mr. Blind with the ancient bronze sword. Mr. Blind had also finished listening to Song Howren's story about the appearance of the giant spider. According to Song Howren, he had placed the bomb into the giant spider's mouth and had it swallow it before blowing it to smithereens. This seemed to be the most simple and commonly used method for ordinary people to deal with monsters. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. However, after Mr. Blind finished listening to his story, he quietly looked at Song Howren. Even though Mr. Blind's eyes were closed, Song Howren had a feeling that he was being watched by something. It made him feel somewhat unnatural. "Eldest young master is blessed with great fortune," Mr. Blind said indifferently. "As the saying goes, Those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune later on. It is fortunate. Ha ha! That's good. Song Haran smiled in embarrassment. Then he asked with concern, Mister, how are they? Are their lives in danger? Mr. Blind said indifferently, judging from their pulse, there is no danger to their lives. The spider that eldest young master mentioned must have injected them with a nerve-paralyzing poison. That is why they fell unconscious. Feed them these first and see if there is any effect. Mr. Blind pulled out a small porcelain bottle from the pocket of his tang suit. There had always been a saying in the village that Mr. Blind's products were of high quality. Song Haran was overjoyed as he took it and quickly fed everyone one by one. By the way, mister, what is the background of this woman? Song Haran stared at the woman who had followed Mr. Blind over. She was injured, but her eyes were cold. She continued to stare without saying anything. She should be a vampire, Mr. Blind said indifferently. I believe her power should be to transform herself into a shadow. She is good at hiding. Song Haran immediately became vigilant. Mr. Blind said her power has been sealed. For now she is not a threat. However, this woman is stubborn. I fear she will not speak easily. Song Haran suddenly said, Mister, you are saying that she no longer has any ability to resist? Mr. Blind nodded his head. Song Haran suddenly smiled wickedly and said, Mister, can you hand her over to me so that I can ask her? Mr. Blind was startled. Then he nodded his head in agreement. This woman was completely under his control. Her life and death could be decided with a single thought from him. She was not in any danger. Song Haran whistled and walked towards the woman. At the same time, he looked her up and down. The woman looked at him silently without any intention of retreating. Even when Song Haran was about to touch her body, she did not move. Song Haran reached out his hand and lifted the woman's chin. Like a frivolous wastrel, he asked, Miss, what is your name? However, the woman did not speak. Song Haran asked the same question in several different languages. In the end, he asked in Arabic. Only then did the woman frown. Song Haran observed very carefully. He knew that the woman could understand Arabic. He continued, Beauty, do you know? If a man wants a woman to let go of her mouth, there are many ways. She finally opened her mouth and sneered, Do you dare? I am a vampire. Aren't you afraid that I will bite you and turn you into a monster? Don't you know that in this world there is something called a mouth ball? Are you stupid? Song Haran stroked the woman's earlobe with his finger and said softly, I know a few tribal chiefs. They more or less have some strange hobbies, for example, training beauties. These words moved her slightly. She looked a little flustered. Mr. Blind, who had poor eyesight but excellent hearing, quickly shook his head. Everything about this young master Song was good, but his temperament was a little evil. Mr. Blind simply sat down on the spot and pretended that he did not hear anything. Since he had handed this captive over to Song Haran, he would not say anything else. As a rancor, he still had this bit of pride. Seeing the woman's flustered expression, Song Haran said, Ayaya, it's good to not have the ability to resist. I like to do whatever I want. Song Haran used his invasive gaze to size up the woman's entire body. Then he started to walk around her. His fingers would suddenly touch the woman's body occasionally and gently draw a line across it. She finally could not help but say, Humph, incompetent person. Is this the only way to show your superiority? How pitiful. No, no, no. This has nothing to do with being incompetent. Song Haran suddenly grabbed her shoulder from behind and pulled her whole body to his side. He said with a light smile, It's that I can do whatever I want to you, but you can't do anything to me. This is very exciting. Yes, I think I should customize a special set of clothes for you. Say, tail, what kind of material should we use to make it feel like a dog's tail? The woman's eyes were even more confused. Song Haran's finger touched her spine and then slowly moved down. He said with a wicked smile, You know what? People can actually stick things like tails, and there are very suitable places to stick them. For example, the next place. His finger had already touched the place between her waist and buttocks and was still moving down slowly. Gloria. She hurriedly said a name, but she could not see the smug smile on Song Haren's face behind her. What's your purpose? Song Haren whispered in Gloria's ear, but his finger just stopped and did not let go. It was between her groin. Gloria pursed her lips and was unwilling to let go. Song Haren was not in a hurry. He suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, actually I have some personal hobbies. I prefer bald women. When I look at your long hair, I have a strong desire to shave it off. What do you think about putting your bald head on the oil pipe?" Bald head, yo. Investigator. I'm an investigator. This time, I'm only investigating the castle. We suspect that this incident was caused by some undisciplined vampires. She finished her sentence in one breath. Mr. Blind looked up and suddenly said, "You're a member of the 13 Clans Supervisory Organization." Gloria had no choice but to nod. Mr. Blind said, "Young Master Song, let her go. That's enough for us to know." Although Song Haren was surprised, he did not refute. He just nodded and really let go of Gloria and left. But before leaving, Song Haren lightly patted Gloria's perky butt and laughed softly. What a pity." Gloria suddenly shivered. She felt that her pores opened up a lot. Bald head, tail, and so on. Song Haren was about to ask Mr. Blind about the 13 clans. But at this time, he did not know where the chaotic sound came from. It was a walkie-talkie that fell on the ground. Song Haren quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and heard Song Da's voice. Old three, young master? Young master?" Mr. Song Da received. Song Haren replied. Song Da said, "Young master, after we cleared a few waves of zombies, we found a place similar to a laboratory. But this place has been severely damaged. We only found a relatively intact hard disk and nothing else. Do you want to continue exploring?" Song Haren thought for a while and said, "On the way, did you see any survivors?" Although it had been a few days and they were still in the cellar maze full of zombies, the chance of survival was very small. But Song Haren still asked, "Did not encounter any." Song Haren nodded and then looked at Gloria, who was listening attentively. He suddenly said, "Got it. You guys go back the way you came. This mission is cancelled." Even though Luvia and the others had taken Mr. Blind's pills, they didn't seem to have recovered. They had to leave immediately. That was what Song Haren thought. Mr. Blind did not have any opinion on this. Soon after, Song Da and the others went back the way they came. After some discussion, everyone began to evacuate this place. Before leaving, Mr. Blind set up a so-called barrier to protect this treasure house. Next, the Song family's people just need to empty this place. This exploration ended. Song Haren brought back a female vampire, Gloria. Yen PS1. Thank you to the Tang Shi Tian Yin for bowing to the forces of capitalism. Chapter 9:17. It was a rainy night. Holding a black umbrella, Mr. Orphy glanced at the light in front of the gate and then walked in without saying a word. This was a secret office of the department Mr. Orphy was in charge of. From the outside, it looked like a high-end apartment building, but there was something else inside. The lights in the corridor were dim because they had not been changed for a long time. Water dripped from the tip of the umbrella, forming an intermittent line of water droplets. There were also wet footprints. He opened a door and walked in. Then he opened the cabinet on the wall, entered the hidden elevator, and finally came to the office in the basement of the apartment building. The bright light immediately made Mr. Orphy's depressed mood better, and the busy working environment of a large number of security personnel also refreshed him. "Sir." The secretary had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Mr. Orphy nodded at this time, took off his windbreaker, and walked into his office. Mr. Orphy had to work overtime tonight, so after a press conference he hurried home for dinner, and then accompanied his son for a while before rushing here. There was an urgent document on his desk. Mr. Orphy had already known the general content of this document on the way here, but he still carefully read it again. After that, Mr. Orphy frowned, and the secretary had to wait with bowed head. Mr. Orphy folded his hands, leaned back on the chair, and looked at the light above his head. The document was sent by the president. The reason was that the government of a neighboring country had sent a complaint to them. This was a diplomatic issue. Zombie bath salts, a new drug, originated from the country where Mr. Orphy was from. This kind of thing had caused an uproar in the neighboring country a few days ago. A large number of people who took this drug were found in the hospital. The casualties were heavy, and it caused a huge social harm. In order to eliminate this sin, they hope that we can cooperate to crack down on the source of the zombie bath salts and push the responsibility to us. Mr. Orphy sighed slowly. Behind the scenes of this country are all a bunch of idiots? How can they make such a ridiculous statement? Sir, they have caused public opinion in the country. The secretary said helplessly, the starting point is actually very simple. If they don't shirk the responsibility, it will greatly affect the credibility of the local government. Furthermore, this kind of thing indeed first appeared on our side. Mr. Orphy suddenly sneered. They are a big country that produces poison themselves. How dare they say that? What did our informants say? The secretary said they went to the hospital to investigate, but the hospital has been sealed off by the local government and the military. Entry and exit are very strict. Therefore, our men did not find anything special for the time being. However, we did find out that many corpses were transported out of the hospital that day. Also, it seems like a big tree suddenly appeared. Big tree! Then he disappeared again. The secretary shrugged and said, I feel that this incident is not simply caused by drugs. There must be some inside story. Mr. Orphy massaged his shoulders and said, Since you're in such a hurry to push the blame, it naturally means something. It's just that when I see this presidential order, I get a headache. Mr. President, what do you mean? Mr. Orphy sighed. It's almost time for the election. The secretary seemed to understand something, and his face was solemn. Then what do we need to do? Mr. Orphy thought for a moment and said, Give some information to the drug investigation team. First, do as Mr. President wants. Since he made this decision, he should have discussed it with someone. The secretary nodded. According to the information, this zombie bath salts came from a woman, but we still don't know who the source of the salts is. And the identity of this woman, who is responsible for providing the goods to the seller, is also very mysterious. Give me as much information about this woman as you can. Mr. Orphy waved his hand. Understood. The secretary immediately agreed. Is there anything else? Mr. Orphy raised his head at this time. I want to make a few phone calls. The secretary said at this time, there is such a thing. Recently, a new religious group has suddenly appeared. They believe in something like God Baki, and it seems that many people have joined, and most of them are rich. Sir, I'm afraid this group will cause a big problem in the long run. Mr. Orphy was expressionless and said indifferently, I know. About this new religious group, it's not like it hasn't happened before. This kind of guy can't cause a big problem. Let's put this matter aside first. Our priority now is to deal with this document from Mr. President. The secretary nodded and felt that it was right, so he directly walked out of Mr. Orphy's office. Mr. Orphy rubbed his eyebrows and his face became gloomy. God Baki? This guy, didn't I say not to be so flamboyant? If it goes on like this, even I will. But when he thought of Dr. Frankie's survival, Mr. Orphy had another headache. Mr. Orphy shook his head hard and began to concentrate on his work. But he suddenly remembered the ability of the messenger of God Baki to rise and give blessings. He couldn't help but feel a little touched. A strange tree that suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared. A guy that attacked people like a zombie in a movie. Is there a real zombie? It seemed that it was necessary to meet the messenger of God in person. Mr. Orphy made the decision reluctantly. Just as Mr. Orphy was distressed, the messenger of God, who he called a troublesome guy, was playing a happy game in a villa. For coquettish women wearing only underwear were playing in the room at this time, while the messenger of God covered his eyes and began to play a game of catching people. Of course, the punishment came. Recently, the messenger of God felt that his energy was really endless. Paradise of beauty, the messenger of God. Buggy thought so. Suddenly, Buggy pounced out and really did let him pounce on a woman. The two fell on the bed in an instant, and Buggy happily moved his hands up and down. But he soon felt that something was wrong. The reason was that the woman he pounced on didn't have the reaction he expected. Instead, she was motionless. Buggy felt as if he had just touched an empty shell. Buggy was stunned and quickly took off the blindfold. The blindfold was on his mask. He later bought a mask that wouldn't fall off easily from the black maid, which was convenient for his daily disguise. For this, he painfully paid a lot of units of faith. Oh, it's the beautiful and noble Miss Yi. Buggy clearly saw the situation in the room at this time. The four women's bodies were completely stiff, as if time had been taken away. In the room, the maid in a black dress was smiling. Buggy quickly climbed down from the bed. On the floor covered with soft white carpet, Buggy raised his head and quickly crawled to Yu Yi, his eyes full of greed. He didn't greedily look at Yu Yi, the beautiful person, but at the thing in Yu Ye's hand, the meal plate. The meal plate was covered, but Buggy could already smell the smell of something on the plate that could arouse him no matter how many women he had. Meat. Buggy didn't think that he was a greedy person. He thought that playing with women was the happiest thing. But now, compared to playing with women, it seemed that there was a fatal hobby that overrode it. That was eating meat. Eating meat, eating meat, eating meat, eating meat, eating meat, eating meat made by Yu Yi. After eating it, he would feel extremely comfortable and full of strength. Do you want to eat? Miss Maid smiled slightly. Like a dog, Buggy crawled on the ground with his hands supporting his body. At the same time, he raised his head, opened his mouth, licked his lips, and kept nodding. 50 units, Miss Maid said softly. Buggy agreed without hesitation, almost without much consideration. With the increase of believers, his daily income of faith was constantly increasing. Not to mention 50 units. Even if it was 500 units, he could afford it. Deal. Miss Maid smiled slightly. Under Yu Ye's smile, Buggy was like a lost person who saw water in the desert. He watched without blinking as Miss Maid slowly uncovered the lid on the silver meal plate. Inside was brown muscle tissue and dark green blood oozed out. This portion of meat was raw and had not been processed in any way. Yu Yi flipped her palm and poured the meat on the plate. Buggy quickly reached out to catch it, and then directly stuffed it into his mouth, wolfing it down. But the blood still dripped from his fingers, but Buggy didn't let it go. He lowered his head and began to lick these fish that escaped the net. Looking at such an unbearable Buggy, Yu Yi chuckled at this time. What an insatiable child! Delicious! Delicious! More, I need more. Then please earn more faith. Miss Maid's voice was full of supreme temptation. I earn. Delicious! Delicious! I earn. Buggy had fallen into a state of fanaticism, like those believers who would sacrifice themselves for his blessing. What an obedient child! Miss Maid nodded with satisfaction. At this time, behind Buggy, a faintly discernible shadow was slowly becoming clear. No wonder Lucifer gave you the highest level of contract. Mammon, the legendary greedy demon. He didn't know when Miss Maid had left, but she had taken 50 units of faith with her this time. In the room, the 4 girls hadn't recovered yet. Only Buggy was still crazily chewing the meat on the ground. After leaving the villa, Yu Yi glanced at the rainy night, whispering, I wonder if Master has eaten supper. It's so boring. When did the feeling of boredom appear? Pa. The door opened instantly. When it opened, the servants stood in 2 rows in the hall and said in unison, welcome home. Missing, welcome home, Master Chiu. Song Ying was in a good mood at this time, directly saying that everyone would get a red packet, becoming a girl who distributed wealth. It was the 6th day after that incident. After various checks and the manipulation of the Song family, Luoqiu and the others were able to leave the hospital. You're back. Song Tianyu walked out with a walking stick, his face full of smiles. Master Song dismissed the servants who lined up to welcome them, and then said, I asked the kitchen to prepare some nourishing food. It's almost time to eat. I'm going to take a bath, Grandpa. Let's meet in the dining hall. Song Ying waved her hand and walked directly to her room. Master Song looked at her affectionately and then said to Luoqiu, Child, I didn't expect that you would encounter such a thing as soon as you returned to the Song family. Are you scared? It's an unforgettable experience. Luoqiu smiled. Your complexion looks really good. Not bad, not bad. Master Song nodded and then said, Come, before dinner, follow me to the morning hall to burn incense for our ancestors, and tell them that you're back safely. He didn't call Song Ying. Although Song Tianyu liked his granddaughter very much, in essence, he still valued boys more than girls. The morning hall had always been a place where females rarely stepped into. It was more for males. Luoqiu felt that there was no problem, so he didn't refuse. He followed Master Song's footsteps and came to the morning hall for the 2nd time. However, what surprised Luoqiu was that he saw someone in the morning hall who wasn't a male member of the Song family. Mr. Blind. Seeing that Mr. Blind turned around, Luoqiu said thoughtfully, Master Song, it doesn't seem to be as simple as burning incense. Song Tianyu was stunned by Luoqiu's polite greeting, but he didn't care too much. Instead, he slowly said, Yes, that's right. This time, other than burning incense for our ancestors, there's another matter. That is, Mr. Blind wants to meet with you. After pausing for a moment, Song Tianyu continued, Originally, I should have arranged for you to meet earlier. However, it was inconvenient in the hospital. Secondly, Mr. Blind had other things to do these few days, so it was delayed until today. What Mr. Blind had to do was naturally to explore the ancient castle's underground cellar. Luoqiu nodded at Mr. Blind. He didn't care if Mr. Blind could see him, as long as he was polite enough. He walked past Mr. Blind and came in front of the memorial tablet in the morning hall. Fifth Uncle brought over the prepared sandalwood incense. Luoqiu bowed 3 times before inserting the incense into the incense burner. At this moment, Mr. Blind suddenly said, Young Master Luoqiu, do you know that every time you bow, the Song family's providence increases crazily? Luoqiu slowly turned around. Mr. Blind faced Luoqiu and said seriously, Young Master Luoqiu, when you bowed 3 times to the ancestors, the Song family's providence increased. After 3 bows, the providence has more than doubled from yesterday. Providence, what is that? Luoqiu blinked and asked curiously, Is it a matter of feng shui? At this moment, Mr. Blind suddenly opened his closed eyes. The moment his turbid eyeballs appeared, he immediately closed them. Mr. Blind took a small step back. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, There seems to be a great momentum behind you. It was Qing Xiazi who offended you. Please forgive me. Master Song was so shocked by Mr. Blind's attitude that he couldn't close his mouth. Yin, yin, yin. Chapter 918. Song Ying, who had just returned to the room, immediately walked behind a screen in the room. She took off her coat and top, then bent down. Her hands were behind her back as she reached for the buttons of her underwear. But it seemed that she had rested too well in the hospital these past few days. Song Ying felt that she seemed to have gained some weight. The moment the buttons were unbuttoned, the jade rabbit in front of her chest bounced, and Song Ying exhaled comfortably. She touched the marks on her body due to the tightness of her underwear and frowned with slight distress. She was really so fat that she had to change her underwear at home. This size. Song Ying shook her head. She was still waiting for the bathtub to turn on the water. So she simply put on her bathrobe, poured a glass of water, walked in front of the table and turned on her laptop. Song Ing drank the water and sat down, at the same time looking at the situation of the Song family's various industries on the stock market. But suddenly, Song Ing choked on her own saliva. She coughed a few times, then hurriedly tapped on the keyboard. The interface on the laptop screen changed rapidly. After a while, Song Ing rubbed her eyes in a daze, then subconsciously reached out to pat her laptop, with a look of disbelief on her face. Damn, could it be that I've been poisoned? Our stocks, all of them, have all reached the upper limit? Meow. Just then, Song Ying's phone rang. It was a call from the person in charge of a branch of the Song Dynasty Group overseas. Miss Ing. Oh my God, we dug out oil. Can you believe it? It's really oil. What? Song Ying's little mouth opened slightly. Just then, another international long-distance call came in. It was another high-ranking manager of the Song Dynasty Group. It was a female. Miss Ing, we found gold in a stone mine in Cuba. Oh my God. What? Song Ing opened her little mouth and blinked her eyes. But at this moment, another phone call came in crazily. Song Ing subconsciously switched over. You have some good news, right? Miss Ing, you already know. A surprised voice came from the other side. Tell me about it. Song Ying's eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. Sure enough, she really saw a ghost today. The team that we sponsored was disqualified because the opponent's player was found to have used banned drugs. They automatically advanced to the next round. Song Ing gave a silly before she remembered that this was the manager of a football team sponsored by the Song family. But she still felt a little incredulous and couldn't help pinching her own face. Have I used up all the good karma I've accumulated in half my life? Why are all the good things coming? Song Tianyu was not the only one who was surprised. Of course, fifth uncle, who was accompanying him, was also surprised. At this moment, Mr. Blind suddenly said, Master Song, can you let Mr. Fifth wait outside? The meaning of Mr. Blind's words could not be more obvious. That is, he might say something that only the person in charge of the Song family, Song Tianyu, and Luochio would know about. Without waiting for Song Tianyu to speak, fifth uncle nodded and walked out. He closed the door of the morning hall and stood guard, not allowing anyone to enter. At this moment, Song Tianyu frowned. Mister, what do you mean? You said that Luochio is an honorable person? He recalled what Mr. Blind had said to him that night. It was about the prosperity of the Song family. And the key to this was Luochio, who had just returned to the family not long ago. At least on the same level, or perhaps. Mr. Blind hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Master Song, do you know that life and death are determined by fate and riches and honor are determined by heaven? It's an old saying. Song Tianyu nodded. Mr. Blind said, My eyes and I were born unable to see. But the heavens took my eyes and gave me something in return. I can see the numerology. Master Song, your numerology, young Master Song's numerology, and Miss Song Ying's numerology, I can see them all. Only this young Master Luochio's numerology, I can't see it. Numerology, or fate, was something illusory. However, Master Song didn't doubt Mr. Blind's words. He only asked with a frown, Why can't I see it? Mr. Blind said slowly, Taoism's numerology is extremely profound, but in fact, numerology is traceable. Some people are born into rich families and have immense blessings. They naturally have no worries for their entire lives. This is because they are favored by heaven and earth. Some people are poor and have bad luck. This is because they are spurned by heaven and earth. This is also something that can be seen. Most people can see it. There's also a saying in Taoism, which is to jump out of the 3 realms and not be bound by the 5 elements. The numerology of such a person cannot be seen because such a person's life is no longer within the normal operations of heaven and earth. Their lives are a variable. This variable can also be called freedom, which is what we Taoists call carefree. Then Luocio. Song Tianyu looked at Luocio in astonishment. He saw Luocio looking calm and relaxed. He didn't show any nervousness or uneasiness. His calm expression made Song Tianyu feel ashamed of his inferiority. There is also a type of numerology that cannot be seen, Mr. Blind suddenly said. This type of fate is completely bound with heaven and earth. When heaven and earth change, the fate will change, and when the fate changes, heaven and earth will also change. However, if one has such a fate, they can already be called a saint. As for young Master Luocio, sorry, old Master Song, I am unable to determine which type it is. The only thing I can determine is that this young Master Luocio is indeed an honorable person. Otherwise, the Song clan's luck wouldn't be so prosperous just because he worshipped his ancestors. His worship is equivalent to the heaven and earth worshipping him. Simply put, the Song clan is blessed by heaven. Hearing this, Song Tianyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. On the other hand, Luocio frowned after hearing this. He didn't think so much. Worshipping one's ancestors came from the heart. It was probably an instinct. As for the saying that worshipping the Song clan's ancestors would make the Song clan's luck flourish, Luocio didn't think too much about it. But what this Mr. Blind said, Qingxiazi should be a Taoist name. Among the people that Luocio knew, there were some who had their own Taoist names. Yang Taizi, who was hiding, was one of them. At this moment, Song Tianyu slowly looked towards Luocio. He saw Luocio shaking his head confusedly, indicating that he didn't understand. Song Tianyu hurriedly said, Mr. Blind is a strange person. You should have seen the difference between Mr. Blind and ordinary people when the zombies were in the hospital, right? Luocio nodded. Mr. Blind said slowly, Young Master Luocio, I know you're very confused. There's a kind of people who are favored by heaven and earth. They can do whatever they want and get whatever they want easily. It's like they're blessed by God. They don't know why they're so lucky, but that's how they are. And judging from the change in Song families' luck brought by young Master Luocio's action just now, it seems that you're one of the best. Luocio kept silent for a moment. He didn't have any doubts in his heart. Instead, he suddenly had some ideas because of Mr. Blind's words. For example, if someone wanted to buy a lifetime of glory and wealth, could he also do the same and be done with it? So thrifty. While he was still thinking, Mr. Blind's action made Luocio really surprised. This Mr. Blind, who was called Qingxiazi, actually bowed 3 times to Luocio, making Luocio, who was always calm, somewhat overwhelmed. Mr. Blind, why are you doing this? You can't. Old Master Song hurriedly supported Mr. Blind. This man was at least half a century older than him. He was simply like a living immortal. Mr. Blind said indifferently, Cultivators like us understand the will of heaven. We'll take advantage of the situation and also respect ghosts and gods. In every dynasty, even if it's a powerful person, when they meet a supreme being in the human world, they'll also pay their respects. Young Master Luocio is such a noble person. If Qingxiazi doesn't pay his respects, he'll be harming his own karma. I can't. Looks like I can't stay in Song family anymore. Luocio saw this and felt that it was a pity. Old Master Song, if there's nothing else, I'd like to go back to my room and change my clothes. Is that okay? Luocio said softly. Song Tianyu hesitated for a moment and didn't know how to respond. But Luocio nodded with a smile at this time and went straight out. Mr. This. Song Tianyu said 3 times in a row, but he couldn't say anything. Mr. Blind sighed and suddenly said, Old Master Song, before I met this young Master Luocio, I thought that after 1,000 years of accumulation, the Emperor's aura of Shinryu of your Song family might have gathered on him. That's why the Song family has such an unimaginable power. But now, it seems like that's not the case. I'm afraid that even with the tolerance of the entire Song family, they won't be able to bear it. I didn't expect. Mister, what didn't you expect? Old Master Song asked nervously. Mr. Blind said indifferently, I didn't expect that I'd meet such a noble person one day. I thought that such a noble person was only made up by the ancient records of the sect. But after meeting him today, I didn't live in vain. I really didn't live in vain. So, mister, you're actually just speaking from the books. Old Master Song felt that the image of Mr. Blind in his heart was starting to change. However, no matter what, this blind eccentric's ancient bronze sword was real. Old Master Song, with the Song family's 1,000 years of tolerance, we can't bear such a noble person. Mr. Blind looked at the many memorial tablets in front of the morning hall. If he's willing to stay, then stay. If he's not willing to stay, then don't force him. You have to know that some things can't be forced. It's futile. Let me think about it. Song Tianyu lowered his eyebrows and pondered. Suddenly he asked, Mister, may I ask if I can have an heir? Mr. Blind frowned and pondered for a moment. A noble person's life is too hard. Ordinary women can't bear it. Old Master Song asked again, Mister, what do you think of songing? Mr. Blind pondered for a moment and slowly said, Miss Ing has great fortune and great fortune. She's been smart since she was young. Her intelligence is outstanding, and she's favored by the heavens. Furthermore, she's born in the Song family with 1,000 years of history. She also has the blessing of the dynasty. Perhaps she can give it a try. However, I really can't make a definite deduction. If my senior brother's here, he might be able to give you a more definite answer. After all, my senior brother is the successor of the previous generation of my sect. I'm just a failure. Song Tianyu said, Mister, are you talking about the true successor of the cotton clothing sect, Heavenly Master Lai? Mr. Blind was silent. He seemed to have recalled some past events and slowly said, I'm only Heaven's Eye, while my senior brother is Heaven's Heart. My humble abode wasn't as simple as it looked from the outside. There was a lot of space under my humble abode. Although she wasn't shaved bald, didn't wear strange clothes, and didn't have a tail attached to her, she was still imprisoned in the end. Gloria hugged her knees and sat on the bed. The room wasn't big, and there wasn't much space to move around. There were many soft bags on the walls, which were used to prevent bumps. In general, it looked like a room for a mental patient. After returning from the ruins of the ancient castle, she was brought to this place. Counting the time, more than 3 days had passed. For the past few days, no one had appeared. Because of the vampires, no one had brought her food. If it wasn't for the fact that this iron door made of steel couldn't be used because its power was cut off, Gloria sighed, knowing that her idea was somewhat unrealistic. But at this time, the prisoner's door suddenly opened. It was Song Howren who came in. The young master of the Song family, who always had a cynical smile on his face, was holding a big bowl in his hand. Gloria smelled the smell of blood. This bowl was filled with blood. This made Gloria feel hungry all of a sudden, and the look in her eyes changed because of this. Song Howren smilingly put the bowl on the only table in the room. In fact, it was just a steel plate sunk into the wall. It's fresh. Someone in the kitchen cut her wrist, and there's a lot of blood. Song Howren leaned against the wall at this time, raised his hand, and looked at Gloria, who turned her face to the side. Oh, it seems that your feeding cycle is longer than I thought. Idiot, do you think you can fool me with the blood of some animals? Gloria said coldly, You'd better let me go and imprison me. If I'm found out, you'll be in big trouble. Song Howren shrugged and said, But I've been imprisoning you for several days and nothing bad has happened. On the contrary, I don't know why I'm in a particularly good mood now, and I feel refreshed. You're about to die. Gloria snorted coldly. Miss Investigator, you shouldn't be in an important position among your kind, right? Song Howren suddenly said softly, Don't ask me why I know, let me guess. Gloria stared at Song Howren. He said indifferently, I value the lives of my own subordinates very much. If something happens to them, I'll take action immediately. I only feel that there's no need to save those unimportant and untrusted subordinates. Besides, for me, if I don't hear from my companions in 2 days, I can't just wait like this. You think you're smart. Gloria still sneered. Song Haoran disagreed. Let me think again. As an investigator, there should be a woman who is very important to you. Gloria's expression changed slightly. Song Haoran said, I don't think you're really afraid that I'll shave your hair. What you're afraid of is that I'll expose you, because I said that I'll post the photos on YouTube. Your panic really started at this time. By the way, why are you afraid? Are you afraid that your appearance will be seen by others? Generally speaking, that should be the case. In other words, there must be a lot of people who know you, and I'm talking about vampires who know you. You're afraid of being seen by them. Looking at Gloria's silent appearance, Song Haoran spread his hands and said, But although we are very afraid of being made fun of by our companions, most of the time we won't go to the extent of not keeping a secret because of the fear of being made fun of. But if you reveal your identity because of this, well, I think most of the viewers on YouTube won't know that you're a vampire. He suddenly walked to the bedside and stared at Gloria condescendingly. What are you afraid of? Afraid that your companions will know that you failed the mission? There will be punishment, right? And this kind of punishment will be very uncomfortable for you. Although you deliberately hide it, I can feel your anxiety. Who is this woman? Gloria's expression became nervous second by second. The moment Song Haoran reached out his hand, Gloria's expression changed drastically. From Song Haoran's hand, a necklace dangled down, and on the pendant of the necklace was a small photo. Give it back. Gloria suddenly threw herself forward. It was just that her power had long been sealed by the wooden sword implanted in her body. Right now, she was like a real weak woman. Naturally, she wasn't a match for someone like Song Haoran, who mixed in with mercenaries. Song Haoran easily grabbed Gloria's hands, lifted her up, and pressed her whole body against the wall. How about we make a deal? Gloria struggled a few times and stared at Song Haoran. Song Haoran smiled and said, Tell me everything about the 13 clans and I'll give it back to you. Also, I'll bring you real human blood. Don't worry. There are so many death row prisoners. In this country, no one will care if 1 or 2 are missing. You're really the worst man. Gloria fiercely cursed Song Haoran. Young Master Song just turned the necklace in his hand and whistled. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 919. Humans were strange creatures, and the human heart was the most complicated thing. Sometimes they couldn't understand their own thoughts. Perhaps they would still be confused until the end of their lives. Alec Pharmaceuticals was a pharmaceutical company acquired by the Song Dynasty Group, and the profits were quite good. But in fact, the Song family acquired Alec Pharmaceuticals to take care of their own village. When soldiers were injured, they needed a lot of drugs, and some drugs were hard to find on the market. Instead of spending energy to find the drugs from various channels, it was better to produce the drugs themselves. Of course, as the owner of a pharmaceutical company, he naturally had a department that specialized in researching and developing more effective drugs. Among these departments, there was a special group that specialized in analyzing the pills given by Mr. Blind. At the same time, Mr. Blind also held a position in this group. In the special R&D room of Alec Pharmaceuticals, a novel thing was being studied these days. To be precise, they were studying a zombie that was caught alive. This was a project that made the researchers feel both scared and excited, and it was also a top-secret project. The researchers here all knew that if they entered this special group, they would basically be cut off from the outside world. Of course, the Song family didn't treat them badly. Their families were well taken care of outside, so they could work here with peace of mind. Today, Songda came here again with a sealed box in his hand, and it was covered with a piece of cloth. Why was it said again? Of course, because Songda came here every day these days, and the researchers were already used to it. In fact, the researchers had more or less taken the blood of Songda and his brothers for research. After all, Songda and his brothers had superhuman physiques, which was very attractive. But it turned out that, in addition to being very healthy, they were genuine human beings. Two men in guard uniforms were standing outside a special room at this time. They were holding submachine guns with good firepower in their hands, and they were ready for battle and didn't dare to relax. These two were from the village. Instructor. The two saw Song De coming at this time and hurriedly saluted. Song De simply nodded and then waved his hand. The two guards understood and directly opened the steel door behind them. They didn't follow Song De in, but continued to guard outside the steel door. In fact, there was another even thicker door in the room, so Song De only entered through a side door. However, there was still a lot of equipment here. Song De began to teleport the protective clothing and arrived in front of the second door. The surroundings immediately sprayed some water mist towards him. It was a special disinfectant. Before going in, it needed to be thoroughly disinfected. Before coming out, it also needed to be thoroughly disinfected. This was strongly requested by the researchers because there was a living zombie locked inside. No one knew what kind of bacteria was brought in from the outside and how it would react to the zombies. No one knew if the bacteria carried by the zombies really couldn't be spread through the air. Song De waited impatiently for a moment until the electronic voice indicated that the disinfection had been completed and the second door in front of him indicated that it could be opened. Then he frowned and walked in. This room was dark, but after Song De came in, it became unusually bright, almost pure white. At the same time, a loud roar came at this time, and at the same time there was a crazy slapping sound. In the center of the room, there was a huge, specially treated square glass cover, and inside this glass cover was the only zombie that was caught alive, Natasha. Natasha's body had a certain degree of decay compared to when she was in the hospital. Her skin was already gray, and her appearance had changed a lot. At this time, her whole body was squeezed on the glass cover, and her hands were constantly clawing on the cover. She was looking at Song De, but Song De wasn't sure if she was really looking at him. There were a lot of instruments placed around the cover. These instruments were for monitoring Natasha's various activities. Song De didn't understand much, and didn't pay much attention to it. He just walked in front of Natasha without fear. Between the two, there was almost only a few centimeters of glass between them. Song De silently looked at Natasha's appearance at this time. After a while, Song De stepped back a few steps and then walked in front of a table outside the cover. He opened the thing he had been carrying, which was actually a portable pet house. Inside was a fainted wild cat. Song De put the wild cat on the table, and the table opened automatically. There was a transmission channel inside the glass enclosure. Song De pressed the start button, and the transmission system automatically operated. Soon after, the floor inside the cover automatically opened at the same time, and the wild cat had already appeared inside the cover. Natasha didn't say anything and walked towards the wild cat and began to eat the wild cat raw. This scene, naturally, wouldn't make people feel comfortable. Looking at Natasha's appearance at this time, Song De had a very strange thought in his heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have caught it alive if he had killed it with one slap at that time. Or, in other words, if he could have sent her out more thoroughly in the cellar maze at that time. People were strange. If they didn't have the intention to save at the beginning, there would be nothing to think about. But at the beginning, if it was already within the scope of recognition, an inexplicable sense of guilt would appear. Song De sighed, subconsciously, feeling that his thoughts were somewhat superfluous when he was still learning in the temple with many bald people. The master often said that his 6 senses were not pure. Song De didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed that it was true. There were many evil creatures in the world of mortals. After Natasha finished eating the wild cat, Song De silently watched for a while, and then turned around and left the room. When he went outside, he naturally needed to disinfect again. After taking off the protective suit, Song De didn't immediately leave, but sat in the place where he changed his clothes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, Song De took out something from his clothes, an ID. This was Natasha's ID, which Song De later found in the hospital, but the smiling girl in the ID photo had now become a monster. Looking at the detailed information on the ID, Song didn't know what to think. He frowned, suddenly stood up, and hurriedly left, even without saying goodbye to the 2 guards outside the door. Therefore, the monitoring organization is composed of members of the 13 clans. This was almost a mode of 1 question and 1 answer. The following conversation between Song Haren and Gloria. Song Haren knew that if it weren't for the threat, Gloria wouldn't be willing to reveal more information. Even if she revealed it now, she wouldn't reveal more information after Song Haren's question. Therefore, her answer was very careful and cautious. What she said was not really secret information. It was the information that the non-humans in the dark world were familiar with. It was just that for humans, most of it was still an unknown territory. Sure enough, this world is much more interesting than I thought. Song Haren showed a satisfied smile at this time. At this time, Gloria said coldly, "If you don't have anything to ask, you'd better give it back to me. Don't bring trouble to the people behind you because of your curiosity. That day in the treasure vault, which blind man gave you a warning, did you forget? That's why I came quietly." Song Haren shrugged. "Of course, I think he should have guessed that I would do this. But in fact, that mister didn't stop me more. So maybe he acquiesced? Give it back to me." Gloria gritted her teeth and said, "I still have a lot of questions, don't worry." Song Haren laughed jokingly. "Anyway, you don't intend to confess to yourself, so I can only ask myself. But I know a lot of things today. I need to digest and think about a few questions. I will ask you properly tomorrow." Gloria was helpless. Smart men had always been very scary, especially smart men with low moral standards. They were even scarier. "It's almost time. I should go back to the family banquet." Song Haren smiled at this time, but he didn't leave immediately. Gloria couldn't wait for this hateful guy to leave now, but Song Haren picked up the bowl full of blood. The blood in it was naturally not the blood of a chef who accidentally cut his hand, but duck blood from the kitchen. Song Haren poured the blood into the toilet of the cell, washing the bowl of duck blood away. This kind of cell was originally used to imprison people. Of course, there was the most basic equipment, and there was a wash basin next to it. Song Haren seemed to be in a good mood, washing the bowl slowly. Gloria's eyes were almost spitting fire. At this time, Song Haren suddenly turned around and asked curiously, "I suddenly thought of a question. You said that vampires only drink blood and don't eat. Then do you actually go to the toilet?" At the same time, Song Haren moved his finger, pointing at a surveillance camera in the corner of the room. Gloria clenched her teeth, showing a hateful look. Song Haren shrugged indifferently, laughing. "Actually, I haven't opened this thing at all. Don't worry, I'm not interested in peeping, because if I want to see, I'll do it openly." Gloria simply ignored it. This man didn't have the so-called bottom line of morality at all. In fact, it's very easy for you to expose yourself. At this time, Song Haren walked back to the table, put down the clean bowl, and said to Gloria with his back to her, "Although you look cold on the outside, it's very easy to see through a forced indifference." Gloria was startled, not because of Song Haren's words, but because she smelled a familiar smell at this time, which made her feel hungry instantly. "Here's your dinner. Enjoy it, Miss Investigator." Song Haren turned around with a smile. Song Haren's right hand was grabbing his left wrist. His left palm was bleeding, and there was a small dagger between Song Haren's fingers. "Then I won't disturb you." Song Haren left like this. Gloria waited for a long time, but this hateful guy didn't come back again. The smell of blood in the air almost pushed her endurance to the limit. She had actually come to the table and looked at the half-filled bowl of blood. Hunger made her instinctively open her mouth, and her palm trembled uncontrollably. Gloria cursed in grief and indignation. "Damn it, I'll tear you into pieces." Gloria suddenly bit her lips, resolutely picked up the bowl, and walked to the toilet. But the moment she opened her palm, Gloria suddenly stopped. The blood slanted to the edge of the bowl, but the tension of the liquid prevented the blood from leaking out. Gloria took a deep breath raised her head, and drank half the bowl of blood in one gulp. Gloria's hands dropped naturally at this time. The bowl fell from her palm and broke instantly. She raised her head and closed her eyes. After a long time, she silently walked to the single bed, lay down, and slightly curled up her body. Why is she so honest? Gloria hugged her head and closed her eyes. After leaving the prison room, Song Haran returned to the ground and planned to go to the dining room. He was in a good mood, whistling while looking at the palm of his left hand. The wound had stopped bleeding after he came out. There was only one wound that had just healed. Song Haran gently touched the wound with his finger. The healing speed was beyond his imagination. Song Haran whistled again and said to himself, "Extraordinary, young master!" At this time, a servant of this humble house walked over. She was very young, around 20 years old, and looked quite pretty. Song Haran narrowed his eyes and nodded, saying, Did anyone tell you that you're especially cute today?" Annoying. The servant, who knew this young master's personality too well, immediately rolled her eyes at Song Haran and left just like that. Of course, young Master Song wouldn't let it go. His palm quickly slapped the servant's perky, but causing her to roll her eyes again. Satisfied, he twirled Gloria's necklace with his finger and walked out of the long corridor. What a coincidence, little Luo Chiu. What surprised Song Haran was that he didn't walk for long before running into Luo Chiu and Gan Hong, who would basically be inseparable from Luo Chiu during this period of time. "I just changed my clothes and was about to go to the dining room." Luo Chiu nodded and glanced at Song Haran. Suddenly he said, "You seem to be in a good mood, as bright as the sun." The sun? Song Haran was stunned. He instinctively raised his head and saw the sunset. "I prefer the sunset." "Oh, speaking of the sunset, I suddenly remembered an adventure story. Come, do you want to hear it?" Song Haran directly put his arm around Luo Chiu's shoulder, then turned his head and glanced at Gan Hong. "I'll borrow your young master's. You don't mind, right?" Gan Hong sighed helplessly. "Go ahead. What kind of story?" Luo Chiu asked casually, helping to resolve the situation. Song Haran smiled and said, "It's a story about an adventure in a snowy mountain. It starts at sunset." "Let me tell you," Gan Hong shook her head. She just couldn't understand. The young master really liked to tell his adventure stories to women, but he almost never focused on men. Why did he like to tell Master Chiu stories so much? Chapter 920. Luo Chiu and Song Haran appeared in front of the dining room, talking and laughing. Coincidentally, the two of them met Song Ying. Song Ying greeted Song Haran politely, then snorted at Luo Chiu before running into the dining room. Old Master Song hadn't arrived yet, so there were many rules in the ancient family. For example, before the elders arrived, the younger generation couldn't eat first. Song Ying moved the stool next to Song Haran and Luo Chiu to Song Haran and Luo Chiu. She didn't want Luo Chiu to be left out, so when Song Haran and Luo Chiu sat down, she started talking. Rising limit? Oil? Gold mine? Song Haran listened to what Song Ying found unbelievable, but he also found it unbelievable. Yes, let's not talk about these things. There are many other small things. Song Ying seemed to be in a good mood. "You don't know, but before I came to the dining room, I received more than 10 calls, all of them telling me the good news. Today is really my lucky day. Speaking of which, I was in a good mood just now." Song Haran smiled. "Today, the two of you were discharged from the hospital. It's true that people are in high spirits because of happy events." Although they were discussing, Luo Chiu was thinking about the conversation he had with Mr. Blind in the morning hall. The power of adding a few incense sticks seemed to be a little strong. "Oh, everyone is here." At this moment, old Master Song walked out slowly with fifth uncle, but Mr. Blind was nowhere to be seen. After Song Tianyu sat down, he glanced at his descendants and revealed a kind smile. "Before we eat, I have something to say. Listen." Only then did Song Ying move the stool back to her seat, Song Tianyu was a person who abided by the rules, so he naturally hoped that others would do the same. "Dad, what's the matter?" Song Haoran asked curiously. Song Tianyu said, "I've already set the date to go to China. It's a week later. This time, we're going back mainly to worship our ancestors. I haven't been back for many years, and I don't know what our Song family's ancestral grave looks like now." Worship our ancestors. So sudden? Song Ying was stunned. She had only been back to the Song family's ancestral grave once, and that was when she was young. "It's not a last-minute decision," Song Tianyu said. "Actually, after Haoran found Luoqiu, I already had this idea. It just so happens that the matters here are almost settled, and our traditional Chinese New Year is coming soon. So, I'm planning to go back to China this time. We'll celebrate the Lunar New Year." Of course, there are many of the people's family. Of course. You know that if you go back there will be many people, sizes. Besides, the company's company, and the matter in the company I group. As for the matters of the group, you just need to make some arrangements. The whole group won't be in a mess during this trip. Song Ying could only nod. "Okay, I'll make the arrangements later." She knew that once Song Tianyu made a decision, he couldn't change it. This was the supreme authority of the entire Song family. With that said, Song Ying glared at Luoqiu, who had an innocent look on his face. Luoqiu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled in response. Song Ying was so angry that her teeth itched. "Luoqiu, do you have a problem?" Song Tianyu suddenly asked. Worshipping the ancestral grave was a matter of course. Luoqiu had no reason to refuse, so he simply nodded and agreed. In this case, he might have to move the club again. However, the club itself was a place where people could move around. Yu Yi said that she had experience of traveling around the world for a period of time after she took office. "Where is the Song family's ancestral grave?" Luoqiu asked. "Taiyan in Shandong." Song Tianyu smiled and said, "Our grandfather is actually near Mount Tai, but very few people know this. Because in my father's generation, we were basically active in the south, and it was from there that we made our fortune again." Luoqiu nodded, expressing his understanding. But Mount Tai seemed to be a bit coincidental. Now, it was not long before February 2nd. "Luoqiu? Luoqiu?" Song Tianyu suddenly called. "Is there still a problem?" What Mr. Blind said in the morning hall made Song Tianyu worried. Although he looked quite calm on the outside, he couldn't avoid paying attention to Luoqiu in his heart. Undoubtedly, old Master Song didn't want the bloodline of the Song family to be separated. Even if Luoqiu wasn't a noble, he would protect this child forever. If this child had some ambition, he would try his best to realize it. But now, knowing that Luoqiu could bring great fortune to the Song family, old Master Song's intention to keep him was naturally stronger. He also cared more about Luoqiu's thoughts. He never thought that Luoqiu would leave the Song family. "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I haven't been to Mount Tai." Luoqiu smiled casually. "Well, I can take this opportunity to have a good tour." Song Tianyu laughed. "If possible, you can call your father's second wife. Since she married into the Song family, she should be part of the ancestral worship. Let me think about it." Luoqiu didn't refuse at once. Instead, he wondered what Ran Xiling's reaction would be if she knew that he had found such a powerful family like the Song family after going out for a while. She would probably be scared out of her wits. "Okay, I won't force you. You have your own considerations." Song Tianyu nodded and then made the decision. "Then this matter is settled. Get ready to eat. The kitchen made a lot of delicious food today. Eat more." Song Ying didn't raise her hand to say that it was finally time to eat. She just felt that her grandfather's attitude toward Luoqiu seemed to be much better. He was already tolerant enough, but now he was almost spoiling. Damn it. Fruits, fresh fruits. Bananas, cucumbers, carrots. Fried dough twist, an authentic Chinese snack, fried dough twist, the authentic fried dough twist. The crowd was shouting on this street, called Zhonghua Street. This was the only place where Song De felt a little homely in a foreign country. Of course, it wasn't too strong. Just the fact that he could see a lot of Chinese people was enough reason to walk around. Of course, Song De didn't come here to walk around. Song De took out Natasha's ID from his clothes and looked at the house number in front of the building. The rent of the houses here was very low. In fact, many locals and foreigners who worked here rented houses. Song De didn't expect that the people who attended the vineyard wine party would actually live in such a relatively ordinary place. 121 here. Song De raised his head. In front of him was a 5-story cement house. Most of the buildings in Zhonghua Street were only a few stories high, so the cement house in front of him didn't look special, and the specific room number. Song De thought for a while and finally decided to walk in. But at this time, a woman in her mid-20s happened to come out of the corridor. This woman's eyebrows were somewhat similar to Natasha's. The woman's movements didn't change. She held the crutch with both hands and carefully walked down the stairs with difficulty. Song De frowned, but at this time the woman's crutch missed. She instantly lost her balance and was about to roll down the stairs. "Be careful." Song De took 2 steps forward and caught the woman firmly. A pair of crutches slipped down the stairs and fell on the street outside. Song De glanced at the woman and saw that she looked haggard, as if she hadn't had a good rest for several days. There was even a worried look on her face. Song De helped the woman down and leaned against the bottom of the stairs. He also helped her pick up the pair of crutches. "Thank you." The woman bowed her head and said, then walked away from Song De. "Where do you want to go?" Song De asked subconsciously. "Looking for someone." The woman turned around and said quickly, "My sister has been missing for several days. I want to find her." Song De chased after her. He already had some guesses in his mind and just wanted to confirm something. "Your sister's name, is it Natasha?" "You've seen her." The woman instantly grasped Song De's arm excitedly. "You've seen her, haven't you?" Song De looked around and nodded. "I do have some information about Natasha, but can we find another place? This is not the place to talk about it." Song De had been here for many years, but he was not very proficient in the language here. Although he could understand it easily, he still spoke slowly and inaccurately. The woman hesitated for a moment. Song De had to take out Natasha's ID card. The woman's hand trembled slightly when she saw it. After taking Natasha's ID card from Song De's hand, she suddenly fainted. Song De was shocked and hurriedly reached out to catch it. He glanced at the woman's closed eyes, then pinched her wrist and touched her forehead. The woman's body was very hot. It seemed that she had a high fever. After an unknown amount of time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around. This was her room. But why did she suddenly return to her room? She propped herself up with her hands in a daze and sat up. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took the crutch from the side of the bed. But she was so anxious that she didn't hold the crutch firmly and fell to the ground. "What's the matter?" After the voice sounded, the door of the room suddenly opened. A burly man who was completely unfamiliar to her appeared in front of her, causing her to scream in horror. She picked up the alarm clock on the bedside table and threw it out. "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" "Miss, it's me." Song De hurriedly caught the alarm clock. "It's me. We met downstairs. Do you remember?" The woman slightly relaxed this time and then quickly grasped the quilt. Song De slowly said, "You suddenly fainted and had a high fever, so I sent you home. Oh, I found the key in your wallet with the room number on it. But you—" The woman looked at Song De in surprise, or at his dressing at this time. A woman's apron was hung on his burly body. Because his body was too strong, the apron looked quite small. At the same time, his head was wrapped with a white cloth. In addition, he was holding a broom. "This." Song De looked at the broom in his hand It's been a bit long and I'm a bit bored. It seems that your house hasn't been cleaned for a long time, so I couldn't help but do it. Don't worry, I didn't touch your clothes. Natasha, the woman suddenly murmured in a low voice. What? Songda gave a start and then became silent. The woman's voice trembled. Natasha, tell me about her news. I'm mentally prepared. I've seen the news, and I know about the vineyard and the castle. Was she calm? No. Songda saw that the woman's hands were trembling as she gripped the blanket. He knew that she couldn't be calm right now. Songda took a deep breath, taking off his apron and headscarf, and then took off his shoes outside the door before walking into the room. Your sister, unfortunately, died in the collapse of the castle. Songda looked at the woman. She lowered her head, and her shoulders suddenly trembled. To Songda's relief, the woman didn't look into his eyes. Songda was not used to lying. He continued, I'm sorry, when we found your sister, her body had been smashed by the falling stones. We could only find her ID card, which was the only thing she left. The woman didn't speak, nor did she cry loudly. She just sat there with her head lowered, as if she was just an empty shell. Songda shook his head, gently putting the alarm clock back on the bedside table, and then put down Natasha's ID card. Songda quietly walked out of the room and closed the door. The moment he closed the door, he heard a scream, followed by a burst of crying. It was a sad sound of collapse. Songda frowned and then walked into the kitchen. After crying for a long time, the room became quiet. After a while, Songda came out of the kitchen with a bowl of medicine. It was some Chinese medicine he bought from the medicine store in Zhonghua Street to treat cold and fever. Songda quietly opened the door and found that Natasha's sister had fallen under the bed unconscious again. Songda had to put her back on the bed, covered the cup, and then fed her the medicine. She should be better when she woke up tomorrow, but the heart disease couldn't be cured by medicine. Songda sighed and began to look at the things in the room. There were several photos of the woman and Natasha on the bedside table, from when they were young to a recent photo. Later, Songda found the original diary on the table. Songda hesitated, and then opened it, but he could only listen and speak, and it was difficult for him to read and write. Helplessly, Songda could only take out his mobile phone and use the translation software to read the diary bit by bit. If possible, I really hope to be on the stage again. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 921. Muscle Atrophy. Mr. Blind was in the laboratory of the pharmaceutical company's special research team. When Songda came to him, Mr. Blind was reading all kinds of data about the living zombie given by the research team. It was printed in Braille. There was a device that was specially configured for Mr. Blind. When Mr. Blind heard Songda's question, he moved his hand away from the Braille page and faced Songda. At this moment, Songda nodded and sat down. Yes, blind man. If it were you, would you be able to cure this disease? Mr. Blind was silent for a while and said, slowly, it depends on the patient's specific condition. If it's bone atrophy because of bone necrosis, even I can't cure it. If it's because of other reasons, we need to examine it carefully. Songda, I'm not a real immortal. You should know that I can cure the disease. I see. Songda nodded. He didn't have much hope in the beginning. He knew Mr. Blind was a capable person, but not omnipotent. Maybe we can do some acupuncture and moxibustion to see the effect. Mr. Blind thought for a while. Songda, is this your friend? You usually don't take the initiative to ask. You can say that. Songda sighed slowly and didn't intend to hide. Actually, she's a relative of the living zombie in the laboratory, her sister. I went to take a look today. Mr. Blind nodded and suddenly said, Tomorrow I'll go with you to take a look. Songda was surprised. Mr. Blind, you're willing to help? Mr. Blind said indifferently, After all, we're studying Natasha. Taoism also talks about karma. Since Natasha has a blood relative, we'll be contaminated by her karma if we study her. We've done too many evil things. Not everyone can bear the judgment pen of Yama's palace. Mr. Blind, I think you still have a long life ahead of you. Songda said seriously. Mr. Blind just waved his hand and dismissed him, but Songda didn't leave immediately. Instead, he said, "Mr. Blind, there's one more thing. I wanted to find you earlier, but you've been busy these days and I couldn't find a chance." "What's the matter?" Mr. Blind raised his head. Songda said, "It's like this. Blind, do you still remember the treasury under the castle? Actually, when we escaped for the first time, we found something in a treasure trove. We thought that this should be something that you would be interested in, so we hid it." "Oh." Mr. Blind revealed a curious expression. The Song brothers were martial artists. Although there was still a huge gap between them and his system, compared to ordinary people, they were already people he could talk to in the village. Occasionally, he would give the three brothers some pointers on their martial arts. Naturally, Songda and his brothers also knew some of his interests and hobbies. "This is it, an ancient scripture." At this moment, Songda took out the ancient scripture scroll that he had taken from the treasury and placed it in front of Mr. Blind. Mr. Blind frowned. He suddenly extended his hand and placed his palm gently on the scripture. But in an instant, Mr. Blind's hand bounced off. It wasn't that there was something on the scripture that bounced off Mr. Blind's hand. Rather, the moment Mr. Blind touched the scripture scroll, he retracted his hand. It was like an ordinary person's natural reaction after being electrocuted. Songda saw it very clearly and asked nervously, "Blind, this thing is dangerous?" "It's hard to say." Mr. Blind shook his head and said with a serious expression, "However, you were right to bring this thing to me. Leaving it in the hands of you, three brothers, will only bring you some unnecessary things. I can't say for sure, but it is definitely not something good." "So dangerous?" Songda was shocked. Mr. Blind pressed his palm on the ancient scripture scroll and said, "There seems to be something on it. It seems to be some kind of special seal. However, there is one thing that I can be sure of. This thing is an item at our level." If Blind was at this level, Songda was slightly shocked. Strictly speaking, the three brothers could also be considered as transcendents. However, they had only become transcendents after a long period of bitter training. Moreover, they had always been at the bottom of the ladder among transcendents. In the past, they had discussed transcendence with Mr. Blind and learned that there are many systems among transcendents. They were incomparably huge and complicated. There was no uniform standard in the world. There was only a clear division between different regions. Take Mr. Blind, for example. In the world of cultivators, he could be classified as someone who had entered the path of Tao. As for Songda and his brothers, they could only be considered as someone who had grasped the path of Tao. In the world of cultivators in China, attaining the path of Tao was the best state of cultivation. It was also the group with the strongest abilities. However, according to Mr. Blind, those who had attained the path of Tao were few and far between. "All right, I'll leave this thing with you." Songda did not hesitate at all. "Then, Mr. Blind, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Mr. Blind suddenly said, "Wait a moment." As he said that, Mr. Blind took out a pen and paper. Then he silently wrote something on the paper. Songda did not take a look out of curiosity. Instead, he quietly waited. About 20 minutes later, Mr. Blind took out 2 pages filled with words. "This is a qi nurturing technique. It's better than the internal cultivation technique you're currently cultivating. Take it. You deserve it." Songda was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that the three brothers' plan in the treasure vault was correct. Mr. Blind was a fair person. He would never take advantage of others for free. Songda quickly skimmed through the contents of the 2 pages, only to feel that the contents were cryptic and hard to understand. But when he read it silently, the true power in his body had a restless feeling. Songda knew that this was definitely a good thing, and immediately kept it well and bid farewell. After Songda left, Mr. Blind did not continue to read the zombie research report. Instead, he sat up straight and placed his hands naturally on his legs. The scroll of scripture was placed flat in front of him. Mr. Blind suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was solemn. However, not long after, Mr. Blind's mouth overflowed with blood. He hurriedly closed his eyes and held his chest. He took a deep breath. After a long time he calmed down. However, he frowned and muttered to himself, "What is this? Why can't even heavens, I see through it?" Recently, this was the second time he could not see through it. The first time was on young Master Luocho. He could not see through young Master Luocho's fate. However, he was almost certain that young Master Luocho was a noble person. However, this ancient scripture scroll was also. Mr. Blind sat quietly for a long time. Then he took out a wooden box from the drawer of his desk. He placed the scripture scroll into the wooden box. Then he formed a sword seal with his fingers and wrote something on the wooden box. A faint light flashed between his fingers. After a series of complicated symbols were drawn, they merged into the wooden box. Mr. Blind let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Mr. Blind's phone rang. This was his personal phone. "Ancestor, it's me, Huang Ruinfa." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. The owner of the voice was probably not young. "Huang Ruinfa." Mr. Blind fell silent for a long time before saying, "What's the matter?" The reason why the person named Huang Ruinfa addressed him as ancestor was not because Huang Ruinfa was his disciple. It was because Huang Ruinfa was the descendant of a boy who had followed Mr. Blind back then. As the boy had always been loyal, Mr. Blind had passed down some fortune-telling techniques to him before he traveled the world. It was a form of compensation. A few years ago he had returned once. The boy had already died. However, he had met Huang Ruinfa. This fellow had learned the fortune-telling techniques left behind by the boy and had earned quite a bit of wealth. However, at the same time he had revealed a lot of heavenly secrets. Mr. Blind could not be bothered with him due to the sins he had committed. However, in the end, out of consideration for the little incense he had left with the boy, Huang Ruinfa left him a contact number. For the past few years, Huang Ruinfa had not called this number. Mr. Blind had also warned Huang Ruinfa not to contact him unless it was absolutely necessary. "Ancestor, it's like this," Huang Ruinfa hurriedly said. "Actually, it has been a few months since I returned to my old residence at Wudong Mountain. However, there's a matter that I can't resolve. I have no choice but to call you." "What is it?" Mr. Blind said indifferently. Huang Ruinfa hurriedly said, "It's like this. A few months ago, I read the fortune of a young man. Originally, it was just a matter of marriage. I thought it would be very simple. However, no matter how I tried, I couldn't get any results. That young man was very strange. It was just like the appearance of all living beings mentioned in the fortune-telling technique you left behind. Later on, I wasn't strong enough and fainted. After I woke up, I was no longer able to read anything. I was directly crippled. Left with no choice, I could only return to my old residence at Wudong Mountain to find a solution. However, after such a long time, there was no progress. I really had no other choice. As such, I had no choice but to disturb your cultivation." Of course, he didn't know that Mr. Blind wasn't cultivating somewhere. Instead, he was in the research lab of a pharmaceutical company. Appearance of all living beings. Mr. Blind muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, "I understand your situation. However, your crippled cultivation might not necessarily be the result of this divination. Huang Ruinfa, ever since you learned the art of fortune-telling, you have revealed too many heavenly secrets. This is the punishment that the heavens have given you." "Ah, how could this be?" Huang Ruinfa said in frustration. "But I have been keeping a low profile for the past few years. I even paid attention to cultivating my mind and accumulating good karma. In the end, I still can't escape? Ancestor, you have to save me. In the past month, I've often been seized by a sudden impulse and felt uneasy. It's as if a great disaster is about to befall me. I'm really distressed. I beg of you, how about this? Mr. Blind thought for a moment. Whatever benefits you have gained from this divination technique, you can disperse them all. Accumulating good karma isn't useless. Great karma can even wash away your sins. That's all I have to say. What do you want to do? Figure it out yourself. This. At this time, Huang Ruanfa was restless in his former residence on Mount Wudong. However, this ancestor was a godlike figure, and there was no use in forcing him. He could only helplessly agree. Ruanfa will do according to your teachings. Fate has its own way. Go. Mr. Blind nodded. There's one more thing, ancestor. Huang Ruanfa hurriedly said. Yesterday, someone left a note on the meditation mat in the old residence. Ruanfa doesn't know who did it either. What was written on the note? Mr. Blind frowned. Nothing. Huang Ruanfa said bluntly. Only 6 words were written. 2nd of February, dragon raises its head. Ancestor, are you still there? Are you still there? I understand. After a moment of silence, Mr. Blind suddenly said, Huang Ruanfa, you should stay in the old residence for the next few days. I'll go back in a few days. That's all. Without waiting for Huang Ruanfa to respond, Mr. Blind turned off the phone and quickly walked out of the office. Prepare the car. I'm going back to my humble abode. He didn't know how the death of a natural person was defined in this country. On the 7th day after the accident, the insurance company directly went to Ouyang after a period of observation, and the fact that Ouyang had an American passport, Ouyang was finally allowed to leave the hospital on the 7th day. Zhong Luoyue didn't come to pick her up because she had already left. It seemed that some people from the Zhong family came to pick her up. Such a powerful family in China naturally wouldn't allow their direct descendant to stay in such a dangerous place. However, after this incident, Ouyang thoughts about Zhong Luoyue faded a lot. Children from powerful families were ruthless. Mr. Ouyang, the local government has issued the death certificate of Mr. Jin Wu City. The insurance agent who came to the hospital early was very polite at this time, although we are very sad about this matter. Since there is a death certificate, we think Mr. Ouyang should open the things left by Mr. Jin. If possible, Ouyang didn't want the inheritance in the bank safe. But what did Mr. Jin leave him? Sir, Mr. Ouyang, are you okay? You don't look too good. Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that the sun is too bright. Ouyang shook his head. Maybe I stayed in the hospital for a long time, so I can't adapt to the sun all of a sudden. Ouyang said. Then he looked at the car that the insurance officer drove over. He had a feeling of wanting to go in immediately. The weather was not hot, but he had an inexplicable feeling of discomfort. He just wanted to find a cooler place. Then get in the car. We'll go to the bank right away. The insurance agent smiled at this time. Mr. Ouyang, do you have all your documents? Let's go. Ouyang directly got into the back seat of the car and finally felt more comfortable. Yen. Chapter 922. After going through the procedures, Ouyang took out Uncle Jin's belongings from the bank safe, but he didn't open it immediately. Before leaving, Zhong Luoyue booked a good local hotel suite for Ouyang. Although this approach was meaningless for Ouyang, it was better than nothing. In addition, although the hotel was good, it was naturally not as good as the hotel under the Song dynasty. However, considering the relationship between Song Ying and Zhong Luoyue, Ouyang had nothing to say. It was called a rest. This was a resort-style hotel near the seaside. At this time, Ouyang pulled all the curtains in the room and opened the thing left by Uncle Jean in the bank safe, a box. But there was no key. This was a password lock box. Looking at the series of numbers on the lock, Ouyang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This box seemed to be specially made, and it seemed that it was not easy to open by force. He was afraid that if it was really opened by force, the things in the box would be damaged. Ouyang subconsciously bit his finger. This was left by Uncle Jean. but Uncle Jean had never told him anything about the password. That was to say, this password was very likely to be known by Ouyang Jie himself, or Ouyang Jie had a relationship with Uncle Jean. Ouyang Jie quickly entered a group of numbers. This was the date after he came out of the orphanage and was saved by Uncle Jean, and the number of the date was exactly the same as the number needed for the password lock. Yes, as the password lock opened, Ouyang Jie subconsciously clenched his fists. At this time he sighed and began to carefully open the box. There were not many things inside, only a few items: a CD, a recording pen, a sealed test tube about 20 centimeters long, and a jade lock with the word Ouyang engraved on it. In addition, at the bottom of the box, there were several documents. Ouyang Jie looked at them, and it turned out to be all the property certificates and real estate information of Uncle Jean, as well as the contract to transfer all the property under his name to Ouyang Jie. His master was the legendary god of gamblers Tu Shini, so Ouyang Jie's mental arithmetic was naturally very good. After a rough calculation, he found that the legacy left by Uncle Jean was unexpectedly large. In these transfer documents, Ouyang Jie also found a birth certificate. There was no father's name, but the word Ouyang was written on the mother's name. This birth certificate was written in Chinese. Ouyang Jie rubbed his eyebrows and subconsciously picked up the jade lock in the box. The word Ouyang was engraved on it, and it seemed to be related to his life. However, Ouyang Jie remembered that since he could remember, he had never seen such a thing. But this was left to him by Uncle Jean. Then where did Uncle Jean get this jade lock? Ouyang Jie took a deep breath, picked up the recording pen, and pressed the play button. Uncle Jean, what are you hiding from me? It was Uncle Jin's voice. Jie, when you hear this recording, it means that I have an accident. Then, I will mainly tell you a few things here, and you can think about what to do next. Ouyang Jie put the recording pen on the table and sat up straight. First of all, the first thing. Jie, there is no doubt that you are my son. You were placed in the orphanage by me, but later you escaped from the orphanage. I had no choice but to take you to my side. The reason why Tu Shini accepted you as a disciple was because I asked him. Ouyang Jie's mind was blank at this time. He subconsciously pressed the pause button because he needed some time to digest what Uncle Jean said. Father, Uncle Jean is my biological father? So my father has been by my side all these years? The urge to know more made Ouyang Jie press the play button again. I don't intend to ask you to forgive me. I'm just telling you the past. When I was a gambling demon in Jinwu City, I was ruthless and had many enemies. Your birth was an accident. I didn't want your existence to be a burden to me, so I abandoned you. Ouyang is your mother's surname, and the jade lock in the box is what your mother left you. As for your mother, to be honest, I don't know where she came from. It has only been a few days since your mother and I met and parted ways, but a year later, someone sent you to me. I said, there is no doubt that you are my child. This is something I did a paternity test. I'm sorry to break your fantasy about your biological parents. Hearing this, Ouyang Jie couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't resent Uncle Jean, but he couldn't accept this fact for a while. Ouyang Jie himself also entered the gambling world, so he naturally knew how much danger accompanied this industry. He himself was a person who didn't dare to abandon his lover. I'll stop here about your life. The next thing I want to say is the reason why I have been with Tu Shini for more than 10 years. Tu Shini, the gambling god we often call the guy who took away a finger, is different from us. He is not a human, but a demon who can suck blood. He is the legendary vampire. Ouyang Jie's hand trembled. He was afraid that he heard it wrong, so he quickly rewound the recording and listened to it again. He is not a human, but a demon who can suck blood. He is the legendary vampire. Again and again. He is not a human, but a demon who can suck blood. He is the legendary vampire. Again. He is not a human, but a demon who can suck blood. He is the legendary vampire. In the end, Yongjia did not rewind the video because he remembered the incident at the hospital. The lockdown by the local government and the army, the people who died in the hospital were all disposed of overnight, and Zhong Liu's taboo when talking about this incident made Yongjia understand that what he encountered in the hospital were real zombies, not the so-called zombie bath salts poison people. With zombies such unnatural creatures, then vampires and the like would become a possibility as well. Is that so? Yongjia picked up the test tube in the box. This is the blood I extracted from Tushini during that time. In fact, I extracted a lot of his blood for research, but so far I have been unable to analyze the blood composition of vampires. If you are interested, you can go and find out by yourself. I have placed the research lab in Los Angeles, and it is also one of the properties I left for you. After that, there was a lot of information about Uncle Kim's research on vampires over the years, such as the weaknesses of vampires that he found out, the feeding patterns of vampires, and many more. But these were not what Yongjia wanted to hear the most. What he wanted to hear was skimmed by Uncle Kim's words at the beginning of this recording. What a heartless man. However, over the years, he and Uncle Kim had spent in the Vineyard Castle, and at this time, Yongjia's eyes gradually had some tears. After a long time, Yongjia calmed down a little, and he suddenly thought of a problem. He remembered that he was indeed bitten by a zombie. However, when he went to the hospital for a checkup, there was no abnormality. No matter what kind of checkup, he passed safely. Otherwise, even with the pressure from the U.S. Embassy, it was impossible for him to be released so easily. Why is there nothing wrong with me? He was puzzled, and for the time being he could only hide this question in the bottom of his heart. Later, Yongjia spent a lot of time calming himself down. After that, he used the hotel's equipment to open the last thing in the box that he had not studied, the CD. However, when Yongjia saw the content of the CD, his originally calm mood was instantly broken. He was shocked, frightened, and even felt cold, looking at the video content of the CD frame by frame. This was actually a cruel video of a vampire hunting human. In the video, there was an old woman who became gorgeous after sucking blood. She was actually someone Yongjia knew, a friend of his master Tushini, Lady Eve, who would vacation in the castle every year. There was also a leech-like monster, from a human's appearance to a monster's appearance, and then back to a human's appearance. At this moment, Yongjia only felt that life was like a nightmare, and all the bad things were coming one after another. On this day, Yongjia did not leave the hotel room at all. The scenery on the highway was flying past. This was Song Ying's favorite car, a supercar that would definitely cause eyeballs to explode on the road. At this time, there were only two people in the car, Song Ying and Luoqiu. It was now early in the morning. Luoqiu was dragged out of the room by Song Ying, the reason being that she wanted to find someone to drive on the road. Because of the importance of punctuality and the importance of sleep time, Luoqiu at first recommended Song Haoren, who seemed to like nightlife. But Song Ying said that she could not find Song Haoren and did not know where he went. So Luoqiu continued to recommend others. In the end, he was chosen by Song Ying. Later, Luoqiu understood one thing. That was his strategy of refusing at the beginning was wrong. He should have agreed at the beginning. Then Song Ying would have chosen to stand him up because she agreed too quickly. You don't want it, I just want it, and so on. Missing, you are speeding. This is very dangerous. Please reduce your speed. Although only Song Ying and Luoqiu were in the car, there was more than one supercar on the road. There was a white Alfa Romeo closely behind. The driver was gone home. This is not my fastest speed. You can keep up with me first. Song Ying turned off the car's communication device without saying anything, and at the same time stepped on the accelerator fiercely again. A stronger feeling of pushing came suddenly. Luoqiu seemed to be born with no way to deal with a woman who liked to race. He calmed down and asked, "You seem to have something on your mind. When will you leave?" Song Ying did not answer, but instead she stared at Luoqiu and said seriously, "Last time you told me that you would not stay in the Song family for too long. But do you know, even if you leave now, my grandfather will not let you go. He is so good to you, beyond my imagination. So do you want me to go? Luocio asked softly. Song Ing stepped on the brake hard at this moment, and the two bodies suddenly leaned forward due to inertia. When the entire supercar came to a sudden stop, there were several deep tire marks on the road, including Gan Hong's Alfa Romeo. No, I want you to not leave. After stopping the car, Song Ing tilted her head, and her long pink hair covered her left cheek, looking very serious. Why? Luocio said indifferently. Miss Ing doesn't seem to like me very much. If I leave, won't it be a good thing for you? Song Ing stared at Luocio without blinking, and said seriously, I am me. Grandfather is grandfather. Even if I don't like it, as long as grandfather wants it, I will try my best to do it. You know, I have never seen grandfather like tonight, accommodating someone like this. You are the first. Luocio thought about it for a moment and felt that it was probably because of what Mr. Blind had said back in the morning hall. However, for Song Ing, it seemed to have changed. He shook his head and said, Master Song's fondness for you is from the bottom of his heart. Miss Ing, there is no need for you to do this. Song Ing suddenly said, I remember telling you that my parents died in a car accident, right? However, the car accident was premeditated. The mastermind behind it was someone from the village. In the past, when we received a mission, we messed up the royal family of a small country. Song Ing sighed and leaned against the back of the driver's seat, both hands gripping the steering wheel. She seemed to be trying to hold onto something. It was clear that she was exerting her strength. That was the first and only time I saw my grandfather cry. Song Ing recalled. I was lying on the bed alone. The doctor said that it was due to the concussion from the car accident. Actually, I had woken up long ago, but I didn't dare to open my eyes. Later, I opened my eyes and saw my grandfather. He was sitting beside me, covering his eyes with his hands. Do you know? No matter if it was me or anyone else in the village, it was hard to imagine that Song Tianyu was such a helpless person at that moment. She turned her head with a bleak smile on her face. You probably think it's ridiculous, right? A family that rose from war and killed people all day long will naturally be killed one day. Actually, I had forgotten about my parents long ago and didn't hate anyone. However, since the day I saw my grandfather crying in front of me, I secretly told myself. I told myself that I must bring the Song family out of this hopeless situation. What's wrong with rising from war? I can invest. I can learn how to invest. I can transfer all the wealth of the Song family from the dark to the light. I can wash the Song family clean. One day, I want the Song family to be a white one, not a black one. One day, I want my grandfather to never have to worry about his family members dying in vengeance. One day, I will let him enjoy his old age in peace. One day, there will be such a day. Luocio listened quietly. At this time, Song Ing was the most beautiful. Just like that day in the Hotel of Song Dynasty when she warned Luocio after dealing with a person who cheated in the casino. That kind of stubbornness, the feeling of protecting her family at all costs. You know what? Later, when I heard from fifth uncle that Grandpa secretly cried the night he saw you, and then slept very soundly afterward, I was more jealous than ever, but he was also happier than ever before. Song Ing suddenly grabbed Luocio's hand and said seriously, So, I hope you can promise me if it's not necessary, please don't leave. Stay in the Song family, stay by my grandfather's side. Luocio slowly broke away from Song Ing's hand and shook his head, Miss Ing, it's good to protect your family's feelings. However, if one were to force others to do something because of this, how should one judge them? There are so many people in the world. If they don't live for themselves, they live for others. Song Ing gave the answer with incomparable firmness. I don't care so much. I can't stay in the Song family for a long time. Luocio finally shook his head, but before he finished, Luocio frowned. On the road, several black sedans quickly rushed over at this time. More than a dozen big men with guns in their hands walked out fiercely. They actually surrounded the two supercars that were temporarily parked on the side of the road, Yin 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 yin. Chapter 9:23. The dozen strong men in front of her had different skin colors, so she couldn't tell which side they belonged to. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that this group of burly men did not come with good intentions. At this time, the windows of the two supercars were being knocked by this group of big men with iron rods. They signaled the three people in the two supercars to walk out by themselves. Of course, it was not so easy for them to break the windows of the supercars. Maybe they felt it was a sin to treat these supercars like this. But the threat was getting stronger. Gan Hong, do you know which side they are from? Song Ying didn't panic at this time. As the business agent of the Song family and the princess of the Song dynasty, Song Ying had seen a lot of people who were fiercer than these people. No one in the Song family was timid, even though the Song family was small. I don't know. Gan Hong quickly contacted Song Ying through the communication device in the car. They shouldn't be from the local area. No one here dares to hurt you. Please hold on for a while. The guards should be here soon. They were always able to catch up with Miss Song Ying, who was speeding on the road. In the village where the Song family used for training, there was a saying that being able to fight was not a skill, but having superb driving skills. Being able to catch up with a supercar running like a wild horse on a complicated road situation was considered a skill. Only then could one be qualified to be a guard in my humble house. This time, Gan Hong was careless. Song Ying drove out with at least 3 cars and a team of 9 guards. But Gan Hong knew Song Ying's preference and thought she was in a bad mood. So she deliberately let the guards slow down. But unexpectedly, there was actually someone who dared to provoke the Tai Sui. Come out, little girl. Come out. On the winding mountain road, this group of people who suddenly intercepted had gradually become impatient. They smashed the 2 supercars more and more fiercely. Are you waiting for someone to rescue you? Unfortunately, you can't wait. This should be the leader of these guys. He was a man in his 30s with medium-long hair. His skin was yellow and he spoke the local language, not very fluent. Song Ying frowned. But at this time, several loud sounds suddenly came from below the winding mountain road. It seemed to be the sound of an explosion. From afar, one could see a string of flames coming from the winding road below. It's the escort's car. Did these guys plan this? Song Ying's expression changed slightly because she realized that these people were not the kind of people who did not know the situation and blocked the road to rob them. Instead, they were organized and premeditated to plan this interception. They knew who he was, and they even knew the power of the Song family here, but they still had the guts to come out and intercept him. There was someone behind this, and the person behind this might not be afraid of the Song family's direct revenge. An enemy or an opponent, you're not coming out. At this time, the middle-haired man in the crowd sneered. He took a wooden stick and wrapped it with a rag. Then he poured gasoline on it and made a torch on the spot. Another person began to pour gasoline on the 2 supercars. Let's see if you'll come out or not. Middle-long hair sneered. At this time, Luocho frowned slightly. His thumb and middle finger gently stuck together. He used his ability without any conditions. Snapping his fingers was just a personal habit, like a kind of self-suggestion. Sit tight. At this time, Song Ying anxiously said, What kind of international joke is this? Just this little hooligan who came out of nowhere wants to catch me? Hundreds of years too early. At this moment, Song Ying directly started the engine of the supercar. Luocho blinked. He seemed to have guessed what Song Ying was going to do. She shifted into the back gear and stepped on the accelerator with all her might. There was a loud bang, followed by a solid impact. Song Ying had actually driven this expensive supercar and forcefully knocked away the cars that these burly men had driven over to intercept them. Bang! Back gear, bang. First gear, step on the throttle, bang. I'm so annoyed. At this time, Song Ying's fingers flicked quickly on the gear change. She didn't hurry to complain. Working overtime every day, I'm so annoyed. It's not easy to come out for a race. I'm so annoyed. Go to hell, you little bastards. Hennessy's Viper was riddled with scars at this moment, but its results were remarkable. Under Song Ying's madness, it forcibly pushed away several vehicles that were blocking it. When there was enough space for it to escape, it was like a rocket, under the terrifying power of only 2. For seconds of 100 kilometers per hour acceleration, this Hennessy Viper had already run far away. At this time, this group of men stared blankly at the Hennessy Viper that had already rushed out of the blockade. Suddenly they quivered. The leader, with medium-long hair, shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Chase!" But before they could react, they heard a loud braking sound in front of them. The Hennessy Viper actually skidded on the road and turned around. The headlights shone. The roaring sound of the engine and the sound of the exhaust pipe instantly resounded in the surroundings. At this time, Song Ying licked her lips. There was a crazy expression on her face, almost roaring. Since elementary school, I've never been scared of a bumper car. Come, let's hurt each other. Boom! At this time, the Hennessy Viper crazily ran out at this time and actually crashed into the 3 cars and the dozen men again. Seeing that Song Ying not only did not have the intention to step on the brakes, but also crazily accelerated, Luocio's fingers suddenly relaxed, and I feel that Song Ying's character setting seems to have collapsed somewhere. Hey, fuck. Seeing this, the man with medium-long hair did not care about whether it would hurt or not. He picked up the pistol and shot directly like this. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the windshield of the Hennessy Viper, creating cracks, but Song Ying laughed happily at this time. This woman is crazy. Run. Bang. A man could not dodge in time and was brushed by the Viper's body. He immediately flew out on the road, rolled a few meters, and fell to the ground screaming. Song Ying obviously did not intend to stop like this. The steering wheel and paddles were operated very quickly. She actually really treated this Hennessy Viper as a bumper car. Seeing this scene, Gan Hong helplessly sighed and then took out the pistol and magazine from the storage box. The Alfa Romeo's door opened, and Gan Hong directly rolled out. Then she half knelt and quickly shot. Gan Hong's bullets were much more efficient than Song Ying's reckless attack. These people were originally scared out of their wits by Song Ying's reckless driving. At this time they were already in a panic, and Gan Hong easily reaped a wave of damage. Damn it! Seeing that more than 10 people were taken care of by the 2 women, middle-aged long-haired became ruthless. He lit up his lighter and looked at the gasoline barrel on the ground. He clenched his teeth and planned to ignite it. You better not do this. But at this moment, medium long hair heard Gan Hongbing's cold warning and also felt the hard object at the back of his head. Without a doubt, this was the muzzle of a pistol. Don't. At this time, medium long hair directly threw the lighter on the ground and raised his hands, indicating that he surrendered. Gan Hong coldly snorted, and the corner of her foot kicked the medium long hair's knee, kicking him to the ground. At the same time, she grabbed his shoulder and instantly subdued him. Bang dash! The Hennessy Viper finally hit the front of the black car, and the front of the supercar was completely changed. Song Ying was gasping for breath, and her hands were still holding the steering wheel. She turned her head, and while gasping, looked at Luocio, who was silently staring at her, and snorted, "What? Haven't you seen a woman drive before?" What a pity, this supercar seemed to have only been driven once. Luocio glanced at the scene of the accident and suddenly said softly, "Next time if you want to drive a bumper car, go to the amusement park." "It's none of your business." Song Ying coldly snorted and kicked open the door, walking out. A pistol fell on the ground after being hit. Song Ying casually picked it up and then loaded it. She directly walked to the medium long hair and inserted the muzzle into his mouth. "Who asked you to come here? You've got guts." The menacing middle long hair was not as unyielding as he had imagined, but the moment the hard spearhead struck his teeth, the man's entire body began to tremble. I'll talk, don't kill me. Don't kill me." The medium long hair directly begged. Song Ying glanced at Gan Hong indifferently. Gan Hong nodded and dislocated the joints of the middle-aged long-haired's hands without saying a word. The middle-aged long-haired couldn't help but let out another blood-curdling scream. Luoqiu looked at Song Ying and Gan Hong with interest. It was just a glance, and it seemed that the two had a good tacit understanding. At this time, through the interrogation of the medium long hair, the result was that someone gave them a sum of money to intercept and kidnap Song Ying on the road. Therefore, the weapons and the bombs placed on the road to blow up the bodyguard's convoy were also provided by the buyer behind the scenes. In fact, they had been lying in ambush nearby for a short period of time, with the purpose of waiting for a Hennessy Viper to appear. However, they didn't know the identity of the buyer behind the scenes, and they didn't ask much. They only knew that after completing this kidnapping, they could get a large sum of money. In addition, just as Gan Hong had expected, this gang was not locals, but a criminal gang that came all the way from other places. Suddenly, Gan Hong's phone rang. After she answered, she quickly looked at Song Ying and said, "Missing. What happened to the bodyguards?" They successfully jumped out of the car, but they were unlucky and suffered some injuries. It's basically nothing serious. It was a false alarm. I know who did it. Song Ying snorted at this time and said with great dissatisfaction, "It must be that damn woman. She wants to use the same way to retaliate." The third miss of the Zhong family? Gan Hong frowned, but according to the information, some people from the Zhong family came and were taken away by Zhong Luoyue 2 days ago. Is this possible? Song Ying snorted at this time. Whether it is or not, won't we know if we ask? Ask? Luoqiu was stunned. At this time, Song Ying directly picked up the phone. After a few beeps, the phone was connected. Song Ying said at this time, "Hypocrite, please find someone professional when you find someone to mess with me next time. I know it's you. Don't let me see you again next time. Bitch." Looking at Song Ying's angry expression, Luoqiu was not surprised that the person behind the highway interception was Zhong Luoyue. What was strange was that Song Ying and Zhong Luoyue had such a relationship. She could just call and ask directly, although he didn't know what Zhong Luoyue said to Song Ying. Looking at Song Ying's deflated appearance at this time, it wasn't something easy to talk about. Well, the children of aristocratic families, in fact, there were a lot of sadness that they couldn't tell outsiders, right? Luoqiu shook his head. This was just a false alarm. To be more accurate, it was just a mutual grudge between two very rich women with superpowers. But then again, how should we go back? Gan Hong was the first to ask this question, because it was just something she had to consider. The bodyguards team had been blown up, and Song Ying's own Hennessy Viper was completely destroyed by her bumper car driving skills. At present, the only thing that could be driven normally was the Alfa Romeo. But this was a supercar model with only 2 seats, and there was no consideration for a storage rear seat. 2 seats, how should 3 people sit? Or wait here for the Song family to send someone to pick them up? Absolutely can't let the family know about this matter. Song Ying suddenly became a little anxious at this time. Luoqiu looked over doubtfully, only to see Song Ying stuttering at this time. "Grandfather, he doesn't know what method I used to intercept Zhong Luoyue. There are some unwritten rules between aristocratic families. In short, this matter absolutely can't be leaked out. Then I'll drive. Miss Ying, you and Master Chiu squeeze together." Gan Hong thought for a while and said. Song Ying screamed at this time. "Absolutely not. Who wants to squeeze together with this facial paralysis?" Gan Hong could only helplessly say, "Then Miss Ying, you drive. I'll squeeze with the young master." Isn't this letting him off easy? Song Ying hummed and disagreed. Gan Hong would never leave Luoqiu half a step. So these 2 people were tied together. If Song Ying drove away by herself, she wouldn't feel at ease leaving Luoqiu and Gan Hong on this mountain road. But if these 2 people drove away and left her alone, although there were guards who escaped from the car accident behind them, Song Ying still felt abandoned. "We can't walk back like this, right? Miss Ying." Gan Hong shook her head. I guess we can't call a taxi at this time. By the way, missing, you'd better issue a gag order to these guards. Song Ing said calmly. You don't have to worry about this. Their report will definitely go through fifth uncle first. He will help me hide it from Grandpa, but I must appear in front of fifth uncle as soon as possible. So why are you so skilled? It seems that master song is not easy. Actually, I can drive. Luaccio proposed a compromise. Oh, although the Hennessy Viper is a pity, the Alfa Romeo seems to be good. This is the second time Luaccio drove a supercar. So, in the narrow passenger seat, Ganhong and Song Ing were stacked together like this. Luaccio drove slowly. Chapter 924. Bang, rumble, bang. The Alfa Romeo's body rolled all the way down the cliff. When it finally fell to the bottom of the cliff, it completely crashed into a pile of scrap iron. Then a thick black smoke rose from the bottom of the cliff. In a small watchtower on the nearby mountain road, a man was turning the night vision goggles in his hand at the moment. The light green lens could still see the burning flames under the cliff. The man looked like this for a while and finally nodded. He put down the night vision goggles and then took out his mobile phone. Boss, it's done. The car has been blown up. While the man said, he suddenly pressed a button, only to hear another loud noise from the distance. This time, it was the Hennessy Viper that had been destroyed by Song Ying's driving skills. The man grinned at this time, because this was a very cool feeling, blowing up a supercar in an instant. Explosion was romantic. This sentence was not wrong at all. Did you leave any traces? The voice on the other side of the phone asked a little anxiously at this time. Boss, I think the goddess of luck must be favoring you. The man smiled at this time and said, because just before I took action, I don't know where a group of little bastards came from, driving a few cars to intercept Song Ing. The man briefly described what he had seen from afar. That's it. Although we don't know where this group of people came from. Since they appeared at this time, it's equivalent to giving us a new layer of cover. In this case, we need to do a lot less, or maybe we don't even need to do anything at all. Because the direction of Song family's investigation is likely to start from this group of little bastards. Well, come back first. At the other side of the phone, the man at this time said in a deep voice, Be careful, don't let people find out. There are a lot of Song family's hidden sentries nearby. Got it. The man smiled, then turned off the phone and began to tidy up the things here. Some food and water, because he had been waiting in this place for a long time, and some surveillance tools. After packing up all these things, the man stretched his body. After this assassination, he thought that he should change his identity again. He was used to changing his identity every time he finished a job. For him, a different identity could bring him a different life. After a period of work ended, it was the beginning of a new life. The end of a new life was the arrival of a new job. It was like reincarnation. Are you going to Iceland this time? He thought so because he had no intention of obediently returning to the boss's side. Instead, he planned to leave immediately after receiving the balance. The target of the assassination this time was a little scary. If they were too late, they might not be able to escape the responsibility. Iceland. His heart suddenly longed for that tranquil land. He picked up the bag and was about to turn around and leave the small watchtower. But the moment he turned around, the man was shocked, because behind him, a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The young man who suddenly appeared was currently sizing up the surroundings of the watchtower. Is this the detonator of the bomb? The 2 sports cars were destroyed. The young man suddenly asked. At the same time, he looked at the man's left hand. The man was stunned. Only then did he remember that the detonator was still in his hand. The man looked at the young man expressionlessly. He slowly moved his feet and suddenly said, What detonator? There's no such thing. As he said, he threw the thing in his hand on the ground and directly stepped on it, breaking the detonator into pieces. The moment the detonator was broken, the gunman hurriedly threw the bag in his hand to the young man. Moreover, the moment the black bag was thrown out, the man made a gesture of pulling out a gun. He pulled out a silver pistol from the gun bag hanging behind his waist. The man pressed his left hand on his right wrist, and the silver pistol shot out several bullets at this time. He was famous for being a fast shooter, and at such a close distance he could hit the target even with his eyes closed. After 3 consecutive shots, the man suddenly stopped, because he saw an incredible scene. The bullets actually stopped in the air at this moment. The bullets he just shot out suddenly became slow, as if they were shot into a gel. The bullets were still moving forward, but the speed was very slow. In the end, the 3 bullets stopped in front of the young man. The 3 bullets slowed down and stopped in front of the young man. It was actually a visible process. Bang, bang, bang. The gunman screamed at this time and shot at the young man again with the silver pistol in his hand, until all the bullets in the magazine were used up. There were a total of 6 shots, but these 6 bullets were all stopped in front of the young man's heart, like a special effect in a movie. "You, what are you?" The gunman's voice couldn't help trembling at this time, and there was an inexplicable fear in his voice. What kind of monster was this guy that couldn't be hurt by bullets? Do you know that throwing things is a very bad habit? The young man shook his head at this time and picked up the bag that was thrown out by the gunman at the beginning. He picked up the bag, patted the dust on it, and then put it on a wooden table in the lookout. The gunman didn't dare to move at this time. And these two. The young man looked at the bullets that stopped in the air at this time. He suddenly stretched out his hand and took out the bullets that stopped in the air one by one. Then he took them out from the air and then put them on the wooden table one by one. The bullets were erected and lined up in a row. The young man said, "This is much neater." After the young man took out the first bullet from the air, the gunman couldn't help sweating, his throat shaking, and his heart beating violently. When the young man put the last bullet on the wooden table and looked at him, the gunman didn't say anything, but just raised his hands up. "Don't. I'll cooperate. You can do whatever you want." Even if he changed another magazine and fired another 6 bullets, the result would be the same. In the end, there would only be another row of bullets on the wooden table. The gunman had done many tasks and seen many strange things, but what happened in front of him now was not enough to be described as strange. At this time, the gunman somewhat hated his calm personality. Why did he have to be so calm? Now, just standing in front of this horrible young man made his scalp numb and his body weak, but he still had to think of a way to deal with it. I actually like to solve problems without violence." The young man nodded. "Come, sit, let's talk." The young man pointed at a bench next to the wooden table. Wooden tables and benches were almost all the furnishings in this watchtower. Seeing the young man take the initiative to sit down, the gunman plucked up his courage and slowly sat down opposite the young man. Because he was close to the window sill, the gunman was finally able to see the young man's appearance with the help of the faint light coming in from outside. He couldn't help but be shocked, because he recognized who this young man was. Wasn't this the guy who came racing with Song not long ago? In the end, he was the one who drove the Alfa Romeo. But didn't the Alfa Romeo get blown up and fall directly into the cliff? How did he get here in the blink of an eye from such a faraway place? And how did he appear behind her without a sound? The gunman swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Outside the watchtower, he used the pieces of wood and bamboo he picked up to make a simple alarm. But it didn't seem to have gone off. The young man, Luaccio, picked up one of the bullets and fiddled with it. Because it had just been fired, it didn't stay in the air for too long, so the bullet itself was still hot. The bomb exploded at the bottom of the car. Luaccio said indifferently, "This car drove directly out of Song family's house without stopping, so it's almost impossible to install it halfway. Unless someone can hide it from me. But I don't think it's possible, that is to say, this thing was installed on the base of the 2 supercars early on." The gunman looked around nervously. At the same time, he had a feeling of hopelessness. Luaccio said again, "Then there's only one possibility. The bomb was installed before departure. I'm very curious. What method did you use to install these bombs under the watchful eyes of so many guards in my humble abode? And I think it's not just these 2 cars, right? All of Song Ying's sports cars were installed, right? Because I'm not sure which one she will drive. In this case, it can explain why the 2 sports cars were installed with bombs. This should be the reason, am I right? No. The gunman was still very nervous. Luo Qiu nodded and muttered as if he was talking to himself. Who could it be? Was there a spy in my humble abode? Or someone who was bribed? I don't know who he is. The gunman said quickly, we only contact each other through the internet and phone. As you see, I'm actually a gunman who gets paid to do things. Luoqiu looked at the gunman's eyes expressionlessly. Such indifferent eyes scared the gunman, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Well, you're not lying, Luoqiu nodded. I believe you don't know who is behind this. The gunman was about to say the word thank you, but he quickly swallowed it back, because he finally realized how spineless his cooperation was, and at the same time violated the rules of his profession. The reason why so many people hired gunmen was not only because the gunman himself was very powerful, but also because the gunman would not easily give any information about his employer. This kind of gunman who betrayed his employer would not be able to survive in this profession in the future. But he said he would cooperate, so he said, succumbing to the inhuman power. I've told you everything I know. The gunman said nervously, can you let me go? What T principle was not as important as one's own life. Principle. Only when one's life was at stake, he had enough confidence to say it out. Luoqiu shook his head, saying indifferently, I said, let's sit down and talk. Actually, I didn't ask you any questions. Recalling the terrifying young man's words, the gunman was shocked. He really didn't ask any questions. Those were just words he casually said when he was thinking. Anyway, he couldn't care so much anymore. The gunman suddenly stood up. He didn't even want to stay in this place a moment longer, in front of this young man. Every minute and every second, he felt like there were countless poisonous snakes staring at him from behind. That kind of creepy feeling, he didn't want to experience it a second time in this life. I have an appointment with my employer after the matter is done. This is the address. The gunman quickly took out a piece of paper and threw it on the table. He saw the young man pick up the paper and carefully read it. Then he carefully stepped back step by step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he stepped back 3 steps, he felt that he had reached a safe distance, so he instantly turned around and ran toward the exit of the watchtower. Luoqiu just glanced at him indifferently, as if he had no intention of chasing. He just took out his mobile phone and entered the name of the address on the map. At this time, the gunman ran out in a panic, which made him remember some horrible things that happened many years ago. His fear of this young man seemed to have a chain reaction, evoking some unpleasant childhood memories in his heart. He panted heavily. He didn't know where to go. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He even thought of not collecting the rest of the payment. Go to Iceland. That's right, he was going to Iceland. He wanted to start a new life there and forget about this unpleasant experience. Very good. That guy didn't chase after him. At this time, the gunman opened his mouth, revealing a trace of joy under the fear. But suddenly his feet tripped over something. In the darkness, it seemed that something was entangling his feet. What followed was a series of knocking sounds from all directions. In the middle of the mountain road at night, it was as if there were countless evil spirits laughing at him. He screamed in horror. His body suddenly lost balance, and then his whole body slid down the hillside. He finally stopped rolling. His body was full of abrasions and scars. He had rolled onto the road of the winding mountain road. However, at this moment, suddenly 2 strong lights came from behind, and there was a long horn sound. The gunman was startled, subconsciously looking at his own body. Those things that were entangling him were just some vines, and there were many wooden boards and bamboo pieces hanging on the vines. This was the primitive alarm that he made himself. Beep! The long horn sound. Bang! At this time, a figure was hit by the car that couldn't stop, directly falling into the cliff. Looking down from the window of the watchtower, Luo Qiu shook his head. In fact, he didn't do anything. It was just that the gunman suddenly got scared and ran out. Then he suddenly slipped and was knocked down the cliff by the car. Everything was so sudden. At this time, Luo Qiu looked at his palm. Suddenly he was a bit scared. So many sudden things seemed to come from his subconscious thoughts, affecting the surroundings in a small range, making everything change according to his thoughts, maybe. Even fate would become obedient to him. He could clearly feel this since the appearance of Black Luo Qiu and the dispersal of him. Chapter 9:25. Now that he had found the address, Luo Qiu did not immediately move according to the map. There were still some things that needed to be taken care of. After Alfa Romeo was blown up and the car overturned and fell down the cliff, Song Ying and Gan Hong were knocked unconscious. With Luo Qiu beside them, the two of them were safe. They were placed at the bottom of the cliff, not far from the place where the sports car was blown up. Luo Qiu found a small refrigerator in the wreckage of the sports car and took out a bottle of water. He helped Gan Hong and Song Ying wipe their faces and sat down to think about something. He looked at Song Ying and Gan Hong, who were unconscious but leaning on each other. Even so, they were still holding each other's hands. The moment they fell down the cliff, the first thing Song Ying thought of was Gan Hong. She used her body to hug Gan Hong while Gan Hong protected Song Ying's head. At that moment, they did not consider the existence of Luo Qiu in the car. Luo Qiu suddenly stood up and smiled. He reached out with his hand and gently patted the place where the two of them were holding hands. Then he quietly left the place. He left behind a bottle of water and took away all the communication tools on Song Ying and Gan Hong, even a miniature positioning system on Song Ying's body. Song Ying herself was probably unaware of this positioning system. It was probably a means of protection from her humble home. For this young lady who loved to race, the members of the escort team were also thinking of ways to protect her. It won't be difficult to get out, Luo Qiu smiled. If we work together. Gan Hong's physique was naturally much better than Song Ying's. After all, she had stood out from the harsh training in the village. Moreover, as a woman who was naturally much weaker than men, she was still able to stand out from the rest. One could only imagine how good Gan Hong's physique was. Thus, she woke up earlier. At this time, the sky was already slightly bright. Even at the bottom of the cliff, they could roughly see a person's appearance. Gan Hong looked around and gently pushed Song Ying's shoulder to wake her up. After waking up, Song Ying shook her head hard and tried to recall what happened before she fainted. On the way, they were intercepted by a group of small fries. These guys were either Zhong Luo or the Zhong family. Their purpose was to look for trouble. But Alfa Romeo suddenly exploded. Song Ying quickly went through the cause and effect of the incident in her mind, and then rejoiced. We're really lucky to have survived. Gan Hong, what's our situation now? Gan Hong frowned and said, We're at the cliff, and we've lost all means of communication. The car was completely destroyed, and all I found was a bottle of water. That was the worst case scenario. But what's worse is that I didn't find Master Qiu. What happened to him? Song Ying's expression changed slightly. Gan Hong shook her head at this time. There's no trace of Master Qiu on the wreckage of the sports car. This is the only good news. But it's not much better. Master Qiu may have been thrown out of the car when he fell off the cliff and fell somewhere. Gan Hong looked up at the cliff and said in a low voice, If he's lucky, he may be injured and can't move for the time being. If he's unlucky, it's likely that he suffered a fatal injury after being thrown out of the sports car. He's lucky. Song Ying suddenly said, He's lucky, he'll be fine. I hope so. Gan Hong was silent for a moment and then stood up. Anyway, what I have to do now is to find Master Qiu. Miss Ying, I've checked your body. There are only some small abrasions, nothing serious. As long as you stay here, someone will come to rescue us soon. They will know that you... While speaking, Gan Hong stretched her hand to Song Ying's collar. Song Ying was curious about Gan Hong's action. But Gan Hong didn't finish her words and seemed to be stuck. They will know. No, what about me? It's gone. Gan Hong frowned and took back her hand. The tracking system installed on you by Uncle Wu is gone. Uncle Wu? When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? Song Ying frowned. Gan Hong had to say, Of course I have to hide it from you. Otherwise, with your character, why would you obediently put a tracking system on yourself? Song Ying suddenly became silent, and then asked abruptly, Does Luoqiu have it on him too? Gan Hong shook her head. Master Chiu's tracking system is still in the customization stage, so hasn't been installed yet. So now I have completely lost contact with Master Chiu. This is the most troublesome. I can't determine his current state immediately. Maybe he was rescued by someone. Song Ying thought of something. Gan Hong frowned. Song Ying hurriedly said, Don't you think it's strange? When we fell off the cliff, we were clearly in the car. But when we got here, we were outside and we were fine. How did we get out by ourselves? And how did we avoid the car burning? Gan Hong thought for a while and finally shook her head. Song Ying bit her fingernail. Luoqiu is gone, but we are still here, and obviously someone rescued us. So, the person who rescued us may be Luoqiu. Apart from us, who else could there be in the wilderness around here? Who else could it be except Luoqiu? Then why isn't Master Chiu here? Gan Hong frowned. Maybe he saw that we didn't wake up, so he went to find a way around? Song Ying instantly thought of many possibilities. Maybe he went to find help, or even just some food or water. Don't we only have one bottle of water? I hope so. Gan Hong really couldn't think of any other explanation at this time, so she could only accept Song Ying's explanation subconsciously. I hope there won't be more difficulties. However, at this time, the bottom of the cliff suddenly began to become hazy. The mist of the mountain stream gradually spread from afar. The surrounding mist became thicker and thicker, and not long after, the entire wilderness at the bottom of the cliff was covered by the white mist. Oh no! In this situation, even if the rescue helicopter is dispatched, they won't be able to find us. Song Ying immediately thought of the appearance of the thick mist. For the two of them, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The tracking system on Song Ying's body was gone, and the Song family would need to spend a lot of effort to find her, and that was when the visibility was clear. This mist is too fast and too thick. I'm afraid it won't disperse for a while. Gan Hong shook her head. But after all, there are still traces on the road. As long as we don't leave the vicinity, the rescue team will naturally start to search from the scene. Staying here is obviously the best way to do it. Song Ying smiled bitterly. That's right. In this thick mist, there shouldn't be any dangerous creatures. In this damned place, there must be a lot of wild beasts and poisonous snakes, and we can't see. Gan Hong said indifferently, Although this place is remote, those wild beasts and poisonous snakes may not come back. They also need to survive, so it's not good to stay in this barren place. But at this time, some strange sounds suddenly came from the thick mist. It was like the cry of some wild beasts. Song Ying suddenly jumped up and smiled bitterly. It can't be so accurate. What I said comes true. Maybe Master Chiu is back. Gan Hong was not sure. Then she bent down and put her ear on the soil. No, this doesn't sound like the footsteps of people walking. How? It's the sound of wolves. Along with Song Ying's alarm, 6 or 7 vague shadows suddenly emerged from the thick mist. When these shadows gradually approached, their shape and sound finally made the two of them very sure of one thing. They were targeted by a pack of wild wolves. But in this place, where did the wolves come from? And there were 7 or 8 of them at once. It seems that the method of staying here is not working. Gan Hong at this time made a prompt decision and grabbed Song Ying's shoulder. We don't have weapons now, so we can't deal with these wild beasts. We can only hide first. This way, follow me. Song Ying only felt that her body was carried, but she didn't say anything but quickly adjusted her pace. It seemed that, at this time, Gan Hong didn't want to find Luocio anymore. Not knowing why, at this moment, Song Ying suddenly felt warm in her heart. At this time, the pack of wolves was running behind them, and they quickly hid in the thick mist, hoping to use the thick mist to confuse the wild wolves. I hope so. Song Ying was secretly worried. At the coffee pavilion facing the street. Sir, your coffee. Luocio smiled slightly, and then put a small face value bill on the waiter's plate. Ordinary people would also give some tips. But in fact, it didn't need to be too much because the person who received the tip actually felt happy. This should be a female student who was working part-time. She left with a kind smile, and before she left, she said that he could refill the cup. Luocio picked up the coffee. The taste was only average, but it seemed that there were quite a lot of customers in this shop. It seemed that the final result was that Yu Ye's taste had long been raised to be very picky. Luocio took a sip and then began to play with his mobile phone. He was like an ordinary young man, sitting down at the coffee pavilion because he was bored, and then playing with his mobile phone, either to pass the time or just because he was waiting for someone. No one paid attention to him, but he was paying attention to a guy in a corner of the coffee pavilion. He was in his 40s or 50s, reading a newspaper and smoking from time to time. He looked like a bored, middle-aged man who was passing the time. This should be the person who wanted to meet with the male gunman, but obviously he was not the real employer behind the murder. Very careful. Luocio's vision had some slight changes at this time. He could see the middle-aged man's pistol hidden in his clothes and his shoes. There was also a blade hidden in the shoes, and in the pocket of his clothes there was a small steel ball. It seemed that a thin steel wire could be pulled out of this small ball. Such a thing could only be used as a murder weapon. Hiring a killer to assassinate Song Ying, and then hiring another killer to kill the former one. Perhaps there was a third killer hiding in the dark, and the target was the second killer. In this way, the clues were broken step by step. Luocio yawned. It seemed that it would take some time to find out the real guy behind this. He didn't care about the time now. If he did, Luocio would have directly cheated. The club had the most complete information in the world. But Luocio wanted to give Song Ying and gone home some time alone, so he simply played this stalker game which could barely kill time here. The big problem was that his emotions had recovered a lot. Luocio felt that he would start to do some boring and inefficient things. But people were like this. They would often waste time on unnecessary things. Obviously, they knew it was a waste, but they would still do it, as if it was a kind of nature. At this time, the middle-aged man in the corner looked at the time on his watch for the third time. It had been an hour since his appointment with the male gunman. He immediately made a phone call, and soon directly paid the bill and left. Luocio didn't intend to follow him. At this time, he just clicked on the mobile phone's GPS, a small red that appeared on the GPS map. This red that represented the middle-aged man. He had been unknowingly marked by Luocio. It was not a high-tech positioning system, just some means outside of technology, but it was also convenient. The red that was moving slowly, and soon it began to speed up. It seemed to be sitting on a vehicle, like a car. "Sir, do you want a refill?" It was still the waitress at the beginning. Probably because of the tip, she still maintained a sweet smile at this time. "No." Luocio shook his head. "Please tell the master that he made a beautiful salad." The waitress nodded. Although the young man had an oriental face, she couldn't help but want to stay with him for a long time. She just wanted to stay for a while because it would make her feel particularly peaceful, as if all the worries had been eliminated. "Then, do you need a little heart? Sandwiches or cookies?" Luocio waved his hand and whispered I should go. "I will come again if I have a chance." Praise and promise were all means to close the distance between people. Of course, there was also a smile. Luocio left from the waitress's gaze. He felt that he seemed to be more like his old self, because before he became the boss of the club, he often thought about how to get along with people. Unfortunately, at that time, he was often clear about every step and means, but still lacked the ability to execute. "Actually, I have changed a little myself." Luocho turned around and looked at the street in the distance, muttering. Unconsciously, he suddenly stopped because just in front of the street, Luocho saw a black car stopped. The people who got off the car were Songda and Mr. Blind. The signboard above the street was Zhonghua Street. Yen, 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 PS1. Thank you to Big Boss Chiu Tian's Autumn. Thank you to Big Boss Tang Shi Tian-in, sect leader. Thank you to Big Boss Tang Shi Tian-in. Serve the two big bosses with a humble attitude. I mean lowering your head and diligently typing. Chapter 926. Natasha's sister's name was Yuna. Yuna's muscular dystrophy was discovered 5 years ago. After a period of treatment, there was no effect. Later, the high cost of treatment eventually crushed the family, which was not rich. Although the two sisters' parents were still alive, they were farmers living in a remote area. Their parents only knew that the two women had found decent jobs in the big city, but they did not know about Yuna's illness. Yuna was a dancer who had many opportunities to appear on high-end stages. She was somewhat famous in the circle. At that time, Natasha had just graduated from university and worked in a company. Yuna had already bought her own house in the local area with her own efforts. Originally, she had planned to work hard for a year or two, and when she had saved more money, she would bring her parents here. But everything turned to the abyss of despair because of Yuna's illness. Later on, although Natasha had some achievements in her work, in addition to paying for Yuna's treatment every month, she still had to send living expenses to her parents at home. Therefore, although Natasha's work looked decent, in fact, she was very tight every month. For this reason, Yuna simply sold the house, and the two sisters moved to Zhonghua Street, where the rent was relatively cheap. The days gradually became stable. Apart from the fact that her legs could not walk normally, Yuna had gotten used to being half as tall as before. She had gotten used to having to raise her head to talk to others. He had also gotten used to the fact that he spent more time sitting than standing. She had also gotten used to not thinking about the stage anymore. In fact, Yuna felt that she was not at the end of her misery. At least, she still had her sister, who never left her. However, thinking about it, Yuna suddenly did not want to stay in this house. There were too many memories between her and Natasha here. Their laughter once filled every corner of the simple house. When eating, when watching TV, when washing dishes together. When Natasha wiped her back and changed her clothes. They chatted until dawn, and then watched Natasha with 2 dark circles under her eyes hurriedly go out. She had learned how to cook a Chinese dish from a Chinese family downstairs. When Natasha came back from work. When New Year's Eve was at the window and watching the bustle of Zhonghua Street. Therefore, she opened the door and left this place with difficulty. The door was unlatched and could be opened with a gentle push. Therefore, Songda's brows were furrowed. He began to call out Yuna's name in a clumsy, localized manner. Actually, as a warrior, Songda's hearing and senses were outstanding. He could easily sense that Yuna wasn't in the room. He was just a little worried, so his heart was a little chaotic, and it was hard for him to remain calm. No need to shout, there's no one in the house. Mr. Blind glanced at Songda. She should have just left. Since she can't move, she can't have gone far. Let's go look for her. Songda hurriedly nodded. Then, blind man, wait for me in this house. Go ahead. Mr. Blind nodded. He had never seen Yuna in person, so he couldn't use many of his methods to search for her. The methods that he could use weren't worth using. He was studying Natasha's transformation as a living corpse. It could be said that he was influenced by Natasha's karma. This time he had accompanied Songda here in order to understand this karma. If it could be cured, then it would be cured. If it couldn't be cured, then it would be compensated. Karma would disappear by itself. After Songda left, Mr. Blind simply sat down in this house and carefully considered some things. Last night, he went to his humble home and discussed some things with Old Master Song before he went to sleep. When Old Master Song heard that Mr. Blind was also planning to return to China, He agreed without hesitation and promised that he would arrange everything so that Mr. Blind could return to China comfortably. It was not wrong for cultivators to emphasize wealth, companionship, cultivation methods, and location. This was especially true when the spiritual qi of the world was scarce, so wealth was especially important. Actually, all these years, by relying on the Song clan, Mr. Blind had already obtained quite a lot of precious cultivation resources. This made him involuntarily recall the time when he left China and traveled all over the world. When he crossed the ocean, he sat on a smuggled fishing boat. That feeling was really not good. It was much more comfortable to take a plane. February 2nd, the dragon raises its head. This time, senior brother really found the missing dragon vein. Mr. Blind muttered to himself. At the same time, he began to pinch his fingers as if he was calculating something. And this scene naturally fell into the line of sight of a certain person on the rooftop of the opposite building. Luochio's observation. The combination of Songda and Mr. Blind naturally made Luochio curious, and the place where the two of them came together just happened to be in this Zhonghua Street. Luochio's line of sight looked down at this time. Songda walked out of the apartment building and began to walk hurriedly on the street, as if he was looking for something. At this time, Luochio glanced at his mobile phone again. On the mobile phone's navigation map, the marked read that it was still moving, but it seemed to be circling around a large semicircle. It seems that he still intends to circle around. Luochio just glanced at it and didn't continue to pay attention to it. At this time, he was on the rooftop of the building and had a very wide view. He could see more than half of Zhonghua Street. Songda was looking around in the crowd, and on the other side, a woman with a walking stick was also stumbling along. Before he became the boss of the club, Luochio was a person who was very good at killing time by observing different kinds of people. In fact, he was just in a daze all day. The experience during that period of time made Luochio develop a strange feeling that even he himself couldn't explain. He would be inexplicably interested in something. If he continued to pay attention, he would often see many unexpected things. In general, Ren Xiling once said that Luochio was more like a paparazzi than she was. He was simply a born reporter. But it was a pity that Luochio had no interest in interviewing others. At this time, the woman walked into a tea house in Zhonghua Street. This kind of tea house actually had a special feature. That was the customers inside could drink tea while watching the drama. This was an opera tea house run by an overseas Chinese. Even so, the opera troupe invited here was not a well-known group. However, for foreigners and Chinese in Zhonghua Street, a group of actresses and actresses would probably be regarded as well-known if the boss made a few eye-catching advertising slogans. Obviously, this was a very effective means, at least in the past half-year, when most of the shops in Zhonghua Street were not doing well. This tea house was still lively. "Yuna, you're here again?" At this time, the receptionist of the tea house saw a woman struggling in with a pair of walking sticks and hurriedly walked up. Not all the people working in Zhonghua Street were Chinese. There are also many foreign employees here. The receptionist was such a group of people. She was in her 30s with a plump figure, wearing a red cheongsam specially customized by the tea house boss, which was very attractive. This receptionist had known Yuna for some time. She also lived in Zhonghua Street, and the place where she and Yuna met was the vegetable market at the end of Zhonghua Street. Yuna had difficulty moving and a pitiful past, so it was easy for her to arouse the pity and sympathy of others. In fact, Yuna had received a lot of help in Zhonghua Street. But after all, she was not her relative, and a lot of help was actually limited. "Yuna, you don't look well today." The receptionist reached out to support Yuna, leading her in and helping her sit down. Yuna was a frequent customer of this tea house. In her free time, she would come here alone to watch the opera performances here for the whole afternoon. But she would leave on time. At dinner time, she would definitely leave. She often smiled and told the receptionist that she had thought of a good idea today and should be able to give Natasha a delicious meal. So enviable, the two sisters. "I want to be alone," Eunice said softly. Don't tell your boss that I'm here. This. Okay. The receptionist nodded. I'll get you a glass of water. In fact, besides knowing the receptionist here, Yuna also knew the boss of this tea house. The boss of this tea house even had the intention to pursue Yuna, but she had never accepted. Later on, the two of them became good friends. So every time Yuna came, she would be able to get a private room. Or it could be said that the boss of the tea house had specially reserved it for this friend. The boss of the tea house still hadn't given up the receptionist's thought. But she would not specially tell the boss of the tea house to come over just because of this. Yuna looked like she had a lot on her mind. She probably really wanted to be alone and watch something she liked. She remembered that Yuna had once said that she was very envious of the leading actress on this stage. The receptionist quickly brought a glass of water and put it on the table. At this time, Yuna was already leaning against the window, silently watching the stage below. The gongs and drums sounded, and a play had begun. The receptionist quietly left this small private room on the second floor. As Yuna watched, a drop of tear slid down. This place was the only place she could think of where she could escape from some things. But here, it was easier for her to recall many things. Sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside the private room. Yuna was startled. She hurriedly wiped the corners of her eyes with her hand and turned around. She saw a cart full of steamers push in through the bead curtain, followed by a young man in a tea house staff uniform. He should also be Chinese. Judging from his skin color and hair color, Yuna could not tell the nationality of an Asian. If the other party did not speak, it was really hard to tell. But she did not remember such a young staff member in this tea house. Was he recently hired? Probably. Yuna thought that she had not been here for more than half a month. If he was an old staff member, he would not casually walk in like this. Yuna shook her head and looked at the young man, saying, Sorry, I don't want to eat for the time being. You can go back. Miss, aren't you hungry? The young man smiled and suddenly opened one of the steamers in the cart. Speaking of which, this tea house was really a strange combination. There were people singing Beijing opera downstairs, and there were many people pushing carts selling food in the lobby. These were Cantonese desserts. The young man opened the steamer, and the dessert inside was shrimp dumplings. No, I really can't eat. Yuna still shook her head. The young man sighed and said, What a pity. It seems that there really is nothing here that you like to eat. Yuna only hoped that this young man could leave as soon as possible. Her expression had already become somewhat impatient, but this young man still said calmly, Well, miss, do you have anything you like to eat? If you can, please tell me. I will ask the kitchen to add it next time. You know, the opinions of our customers are very important to us. No, I really don't. Yuna faintly frowned. This young man was patient or very long-winded. At this moment, he still insisted, Well, Miss, what about your friends? You will come with your friends one day, right? If we can know what your friends like, I think it will definitely improve the customer's satisfaction towards us. No. Then what about your family? He suddenly asked. No. Yuna just spat out a word, and then her whole body froze. She sighed and raised her head, saying, Do you have Shanghai Zailangbao? My sister likes to eat this dish. Of course. The young man glanced at many small steamers in the dining cart and finally took one out from the corner and put it in front of Yuna. He began to arrange the bowls and chopsticks in the cupboard of the dining car and put a small steamed bun from the steamer into Yuna's bowl. Finally, he made a gesture of please enjoy. The service was quite good. Yuna looked at the Zailangbao in her bowl and didn't eat for a long time. She subconsciously raised her head and glanced at the young man in the tea house. He said, Give it a try. It was just made, so it should taste the best when it was made. Yuna nodded silently and clumsily picked up the Zailangbao with her chopsticks and slowly put it into her mouth. She first took a small bite, chewed in her mouth, and then swallowed. After a while, Yuna put down her chopsticks, looked at the young man, and showed a smile uglier than crying. She choked, delicious. as long as you are satisfied. The young man smiled. Then I won't disturb your meal. Seeing the young man leave with the cart, Yuna subconsciously called him and said the names of several kinds of food. Do you have all these? Yes. The young man nodded, and then took the corresponding steamer from the dining cart. Chapter 9:27. Thank you. Song De quickly nodded to a passerby in front of him, because he had just learned of Yuna's whereabouts from this passerby. She was in a hodgepodge of tea houses in front of him. It was very difficult to find someone, but Yuna's features were very obvious, so it was not that difficult. Song De hurriedly walked into the tea house. As soon as he entered, Song De heard the chaotic sound of gongs and drums. What kind of mediocre drama troupe was scaring people here? Song De frowned with some disdain. He looked around in the lobby and soon saw Yuna sitting in a small private room on the second floor. He hurriedly went up the stairs and walked towards this small private room. At this time, a waiter of the tea house was walking towards him with a dining cart. He seemed to be slightly lowering his head. Song De did not pay attention to him and just hurried past him, and then quickly walked into the room where Yuna was. This young waiter of the tea house turned around at this time, and then smiled, and then disappeared. Luochio, I've finally found you. Song De lifted the beaded curtain, and at a glance saw Yuna eating silently. He seemed to be relieved, but also seemed to be a little reproachful. He frowned and sat down, and subconsciously said, It's very dangerous for you to walk out like this, you know? Yuna was startled, and suddenly remembered the appearance of this big man wearing an apron yesterday. She thought that he was probably a person with a strong sense of responsibility, right? I'm fine. Yuna shook her head and slowly said, At least my mood is better now. It's amazing. I didn't do anything. I just ate some food, and I feel different. Song De opened his mouth and then scratched his head, not knowing how to continue. Although Song Air and Song Air were very good at playing with women, Song De had never touched a woman all these years. On one hand, it was because of the cultivation method he practiced, and on the other hand, he was born to be a little dull towards women and did not know how to get along with them. Well, eating does make people feel better, especially when they're hungry. Song De nodded. I remember when I was cultivating with Master, I was often punished with no dinner because I was too stupid. Every time this happens, I'm always in a bad mood. Actually, what I want to say is that you should eat something. After all, you haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Sooner or later, you'll starve to death. Probably, Yuna replied listlessly. Even now, she still didn't have much of an appetite. However, miraculously, she was able to eat these desserts. This might be because of what the young man said. Actually, he didn't seem to have said much, but it had miraculously changed some of her thoughts. Thinking of this, Yuna suddenly felt that this young man was somewhat mysterious. She subconsciously glanced at the lobby of the tea house below, but she didn't see this young man. Yuna put down the chopsticks in her hand and suddenly looked at Song De. Is there anything else you need from me? He used the word and. For Yuna, Song De brought the news of Natasha's death. In fact, she didn't feel anything in her heart at all. Instead, she felt some resentment. If Song De didn't appear, perhaps she would never have felt that kind of pain. However, she herself had no reason to blame him. So, she used the word and. Song De didn't seem to understand the meaning behind her words. He immediately said, It's like this. I brought a friend here. He is very good at treating illnesses. I think if he can help you take a look, you might be able to get better. Mr. Blind is really super awesome, Song De thought at this time. However, Yuna didn't show a happy expression as Song De imagined. Instead, she was not very interested and frowned. Why do you want to help me? Because. Song De opened his mouth. He really couldn't tell the truth. However, making up a reason on the spot was not something he was good at. He suddenly became speechless. Yuna said indifferently, Are you Natasha's colleague? Song De shook his head. Yuna asked again, Then are you her friend? Or were you there during the disaster? You couldn't save her, so you feel guilty? Songda continued to be speechless. He didn't think that this woman, who couldn't move, could be so meticulous. She had almost guessed the truth of the matter. Moreover, Yuna's words became sharper and sharper. I just can't move. I'm not completely disabled. I can take care of myself. Yuna said indifferently, I don't need sympathy or pity, because these things can't be given to me for a lifetime. So, you'd better not care about me. But I'm sincerely grateful that you helped me bring back Natasha's belongings. This won't do. Songda clenched his teeth. If he just left Yuna like this, he felt that he would be possessed. He had thought about this matter carefully all night. Don't you want to be on the stage again? Songda said, seriously, now there's one right in front of you. If you're cured, you can continue your dream. But even if you can't be cured, at least it won't be worse than it is now. Why don't you give yourself a chance? Yuna was silent for a moment and finally shook her head. Because you haven't told me the reason. I won't be able to accept it like this. To me, this world is full of countless difficulties. I don't have the confidence to overcome them one by one. So, I don't want to receive this kind of baffling help. Because I don't know what I'll have to pay in the future if I receive this kind of help. No need. You don't have to pay anything to cure your symptoms. Songda now promised, once you get better, it'll be as simple as getting better. You don't have to pay anything. Then I can accept it even more. Yuna shook her head. At this moment, she hurriedly propped herself up and took her crutch. Sorry, I have to go. Please don't come looking for me in the future. Think about it. Songda hurriedly stood up. But Yuna now looked coldly at Songda. One more thing. Even if you help me, it doesn't mean that you can casually look through my privacy. That's too despicable. Songda was once again speechless. He had indeed peeked through the last few days of Yuna's writing. So there would be a day like this where even a martial arts master would not be able to withstand a few words. Songda did not chase after him this time, but he suddenly remembered what the old monk in the temple had said when he was still learning martial arts from his master. Words are the most powerful force in this secular world. Songda sighed, and then silently glanced at the several steamers on the table in this small private room. He thought to himself, at least this woman is willing to eat something. He took out his phone and dialed Mr. Blind's number. Songda was now somewhat discouraged. I say, blind man, why don't we go back for now? My king, how was the battle today? I challenged several generals of the Han camp with my spear, but I was outnumbered. It was difficult to win. This is the death of my Chu, not the fault of war. Victory and defeat for the military is normal. What's there to worry about? Prepare some wine. Let's drink a few cups with my king to relieve our boredom. On the stage, a song called Farewell, My Concubine was being sung. Beside it, gongs and drums were beating from time to time. A kind of sorrowful atmosphere was spreading from the stage through the music. Good. Suddenly, in another private room of the tea house, there was a low cheer. The person who was cheering was a middle-aged man wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses. This middle-aged man in a white suit was the president of the Zhonghua Street Chamber of Commerce, Bai Shuitang. At this time, the person accompanying Bai Shuitang was a thin man around 37 or 38 years old. In fact, this thin man was also surnamed Bai. He was Bai Shuitang's cousin called Bai Zhan, but most of the time Bai Zhan wouldn't directly call Bai Shuitang big brother. Instead, like other people, he would call Bai Shuitang President Bai. Actually, this tea house didn't have an opera to begin with. It was just that Bai Shuitang liked to listen to music. So Bai Zhan had catered to his tastes and found this group of performers from Hua Nation. Not long after, a flustered man was escorted in. This flustered man was holding a medium-sized luggage bag in his hand. At that moment, when this flustered man saw Bai Shuitang sitting there, he dropped to his knees. His panic turned into alarm, and he almost stuttered, President, Bai, you're good at scheming. I heard you're planning to travel, is that right? Bai Shuitang calmly picked up a teacup and slowly steeped tea leaves with the lid. He suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on the man as he said indifferently, "Is there anywhere you can recommend? I've been wanting to take a breather recently." This man, called Accountant Yu, hurriedly crawled to the side of the table and said in alarm, "President Bai, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. Let me go. Otherwise, the Song family won't let me off." Bai Shuitang said indifferently, "With me around, why wouldn't the Song family let you off?" At that moment, Accountant Yu grabbed Bai Shuitang's leg with a pleading look on his face. "President Bai, 2 days ago, Missing had someone come to the finance department to collect the account books and bring all the receipts for fees and expenses. So what?" Bai Shuitang took a sip of tea, then put down the teacup and turned around to look at Yu Huiji. "Haven't you always done your accounts properly?" Yu Huiji's expression instantly turned a little unsightly. He stammered and didn't dare speak. At that moment, one of the men who had escorted Yu Huiji over directly took out a pistol from his belt, loaded it, and then pressed the tip of the gun to the back of Accountant Yu's head. Accountant Yu trembled all over, and with a long face he slapped himself repeatedly and cried, "I deserve to die! President Bai, I was greedy, I was wrong. It was I who tampered with the accounts later on. But it really wasn't much. I only took a few $100,000 US. For the Song dynasty, this is just a drop in the bucket. But this Missing is too awesome. She actually calculated such a small amount. I really didn't do it on purpose. President Bai, you have to save me." Bai Shuitang said expressionlessly, "Have you handed in those accounts and the original receipts for the money?" Accountant Yu hurriedly said, "No. How would I dare hand them over? President Bai, it's not like you don't know how many of these accounts are fake. Once we hand them over, we won't be able to get away with it. That's why I said it would take some time to sort them out and send them away, then, Bai Shuitang snorted coldly and interrupted Accountant Yu. Accountant Yu hurriedly corrected himself in horror. "I mean, once I hand them over, I'll be dead for sure." President Bai Shuitang bent down slightly, less than a palm's distance away from Yu Huiji. At this time, he reached out and gently patted Accountant Yu's cheek a few times. He said regretfully, "You're so smart. I've reminded you many times that we have to do our best for the Song family. We can't be greedy, but why don't you listen? Yes, I deserve to die. I was greedy. I deserve to die." Accountant Yu hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Bai Shuitang. Unexpectedly at this moment, Yu Huiji felt a sharp pain in his scalp. President Bai Shuitang directly grabbed Yu Huiji's hair, then pulled his head hard and slammed it against the edge of the table. Bang! This hit knocked over some things on the table. Bai Shuitang erupted like a volcano. "Then how dare you tamper with the accounts behind my back?" The collision made Accountant Yu see stars and feel dizzy. 2 of his teeth were knocked out, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils. Bai Shuitang didn't let him go. With a ferocious face, he grabbed Accountant Yu's hair again and slammed him against the floor. "Why don't you listen to me? How many times have I told you? How many times have I told you? Why don't you listen to me? Say it! Say it! Why don't you speak? What?" Accountant Yu was hit again and again. In the end, he was almost half-conscious. It was very tragic. Seeing this, Bai Zhan hurriedly pulled up Bai Shuitang's arm. "President Bai, it's useless to kill him now. The most important thing is to deal with the aftermath." Bai Shuitang sighed, stood up, tidied up his clothes, and said indifferently, "I've asked someone to deal with the aftermath. You don't need to worry about this. You just need to look after the reconstruction project of Zhonghua Street." "Okay." Bai Zhan nodded, then looked at Accountant Yu, who was paralyzed on the floor. "Then what should we do with this guy? Doesn't he like to travel?" Bai Shuitang sat down again and drank his tea. "Then let's send him on a trip. Chop him up and throw him into the sea. I'll let him travel around the world." Bai Zhan subconsciously swallowed his saliva, but he quickly waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you going? Only then did the two men hurriedly drag Accountant Yu out. At this time, only Bai Shuitang and Bai Zhan were left in the private room. Bai Zhan whispered, "Big brother, you said that the aftermath has been dealt with." "What do you mean?" At this time, Bai Shuitang looked at the scene of Yu Ji committing suicide on the stage below and sneered. "What a good play. Overlord? It's not certain who's the overlord." This. Bai Zhan had a bad feeling, but he didn't say anything. Although the man in front of him was his cousin, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Even family members felt abnormally afraid. "Hanbing, he killed his way in. In my opinion, this. Yu Ji committed suicide, and the maids helped her down. Curtain call." Then, in the applause, Luochio, sitting in the crowd, suddenly glanced at the entrance of the tea-house, only to see a middle-aged man quietly walk in with his head lowered. Luochio glanced at his mobile phone. The red dot on the navigation map had moved here. "It seems that it's just an extra move," Luochio thought, looking up at the second floor of the tea-house. A private room. Yen.